a Tesla moving at speed is louder than a Honda Civic moving at speed. Because the Tesla weighs twice as much, has bigger wheels, has a larger area of connection to the concrete with its wider tires, has heavier wheels and denser wheels because the car is heavier. So a Tesla moving at speed is actually louder than a gas car, unless they've removed their muffler or something stupid like that. It's not even just Teslas. It's just the first one that came to mind. It was yeah. Imagine brick roads. Totally. No, absolutely. Anything that's got any kind of friction or bumpiness to it. And I'm really fortunate in that I live in Vancouver, BC. It doesn't snow a fuckload, and we spend a lot of money on our roads, which is good and bad. Which means our roads are really nice. You can tell the difference between driving in Canada and driving in America the second you drive across the border, because it goes from smooth and sounds to I'm gonna get a back injury, immediately. So when people say that electric cars are quieter, it's because they drive an electric car and don't ever open the windows. All right, let's play some Dwarf Fortress. Sorry for the rambles. It's been a long week. Just notice that my monitor is slightly off center. Okay, that's the wrong one. This one? No, this one? Yeah. Cult time, yes. Hey, Twitch chat, if you guys want to do me a huge favor, you can help out the YouTube stream at absolutely no cost to you. They're kind of like our little brothers here, and we love them. There's 40 of them watching right now. And if you want to go visit them, you can do that very easily by clicking on that link and going and leaving a like on it. That will tell YouTube to tell more people to go watch it. And it will also, benefit me. And if you want to just hang over there, then you can keep 2 tabs up and then give me double the view counts, double dip if you want, or just leave a like. That'd be greatly appreciated. And YouTube friends, please click the like button. There's 23 likes and 45 of you watching, which means I think more of you have to click the like button. That's a legal requirement. I don't charge anything for these streams, but please like it. All right, let's click this button. Double or nothing. Shanira. Also, Twitch chat, you can say hi YouTube if you want. And for people watching the VODs after the fact, or for people who want to watch VODs, if you want to find more VODs, those can be found over at twitch.tv/blindextras or youtube.com/blindextras. There's too many URLs. So I need to give Maka a Dwarf. But let's talk about this fort real quick before I start naming things. So this fort is my current... Let's just jump to the Stinthad over here. So somebody pointed something out, which actually I need to go look up real quick. Somebody pointed out that if I can apparently set the nicknames so that they show up in the middle by setting them to centered, which I didn't know. So I need to find that setting. So then I can just see their first names instead of having to, search for them. And then type them in manually. You watch live and you watch VODs when you can? Thank you. Although I don't know where it would be. Oh, there's an ad break incoming anyway, so. I had it before. It's in the bottom of the game tab. Nickname position, fort mode. There you go. Centralize. 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 Sweet. That's nice. So now I need to remove Stinthads. Need to change you to just Elephant Tender. There we go. Yeah, I guess I just forgot that that setting existed if I had it on before and then turned it off. But now an ad break's about to hit. We've been going through the VODs when you're at weekends at work. Hell yeah, it works. Well, now's an opportunity for me to say hi to the YouTube chat. So, hello, V. How's things? Johan and him go fast. You're also in the Twitch chat, though. Chris and a lot of people also in the Twitch chat, I see. So, the idea of this fort is the last fort that we did, which was, you know, the cursed fort, right? The one that's in that in the YouTube video that apparently everybody in the world has seen now. That video was a very, very difficult fort to play mechanically. This fort I am contorting using the prompts that the game is giving me, essentially. So I am more or less creating a cult based around a particular religion. That religion is the Dead Communion. They are worshipping the god, which is a god called the Larval, and Yugath the Larval is represented by death, deformity, disease, and blight. And it was done by a vote of the most popular religions that the nobles at the time focused on. So it was the most popular religion for the nobles, but the dwarves as a whole worshipped a different god. So I am slowly filtering out the dwarves who don't worship that god, or the dwarves in general that don't worship that god, neglecting them, not permitting them to have bedrooms, and basically restricting them from pleasant niceties until I can get them to a point where the dwarf in charge of everything and the entire fortress itself is a majority of the Dead Communion. And we are also rapidly invading goblins, and I am taking over goblin pits and sites, and I'm sending dwarves who are non-believers to those pits and sites. We are essentially rebuilding a faction with the goal of building a mountain home that is focused on one particular god and one particular religion, and anybody who doesn't believe is getting kicked out and sent to a place where I could bring them back if necessary. When the monarch arrives, if they do not believe, I'm going to drop them into the volcano or something to that degree. And my idea here would be, if, on the off chance, whoever inherits the crown happens to be a dwarf that I expelled somewhere, I could ask to have them back and then drop them into the volcano until we eventually get a religious leader who is part of the Dead Communion. Ideally, I would like this dwarf, stint that here on the screen, to be the monarch, but manipulating that within the game is pretty difficult. So essentially, the last fort was me just trying to keep this fort functioning. And this fort is me trying to manipulate it as much as I can. So that is kind of the pitch and shtick for this fort. Now, Maka198 redeemed a dwarf 17 minutes ago. Are you still in chat? What kind of dwarf would you like? Would you like a true believer or a heretic? Beard or no beard? What's up, Bird Wizardman? And while I'm waiting for that, I'm going to go through the dwarves that are in the fort currently. And we also have a exclamation point characters here in the in the Twitch chat. Oh, I remember now why I turned this off. It's because it doesn't automatically sort them by nickname now. Right. All right, well, I'll just go through all of them then. Okay, so we got Belly Television, we got Ilmirin, we've got Asmil, who also goes by the name Hair, whose name I need to update now. Hair just has big hair. And she's a sacred starvation, so she's like a minor character in the fortress. All right, let's try this again. Alban, Ilmirin, Hair. Scrolling down, we've got Grandpa, who's just very old and has lots of kids. Also a minor character. We got Corvius Suede, we got Bastet, we got Percussagant, we've got Indiridius, we've got Semtexagon, we've got Glass Half Empty, we've got It's Golem, we've got Mass Morass, No Banner Flags, Shinobi, and Napalm, as well as UGDPY, and I can't read that one. Minorin, who was named by Thomas, not the train. Andros, the different colored names is their primary job. They're color-coded. Bioactive, and then YouTube named a dwarf YouTube, who was the most pissed off dwarf in the fort and then got put in prison for a bit and is now not the most pissed off dwarf in the fort, which I think is kind of funny. And then down here we got Bert, we got Dominoc, Ranger Rick, and Vaca Studio, as well as Shy Phantasmita, and Stone Grip, and Him Go Fast, Darius, Elfie Bean, A Devilish Potato, Van Ori, and Hunter Meyer. You know, actually, I wonder if I search by... Ha! I found a workaround, chat. That works. We got Stone Grip, we've got JJ, we've got Narc, we've got Him Go Fast, Katamas, and Kokoroko, and Darius, and Elfie Bean, and Devilish Potato, Van Ori, Hunter Meyer, Budgie, V, and Yoshi, as well as Amethyst, Kyo Doka, and the Elephant Tender, who is the Countess, of course, and Cow, Sideburns, Ulfsire, and Ermaluck, and Nikola Tesla. Because some of these dwarves were rescued from a previous fort that were imprisoned at a goblin fort that I was invading. No, you will have to redeem one yourself. Or acquire one somehow. You want the Angriest Heretic. It's probably one of my soldiers, actually. Yep. This is the Angriest Heretic. Does that work for you, Maka? Are you a miner and a woodcutter? Possibly. Let me check. Yeah, it looks like you are. Must have been clicking too quick. Although that is okay, it just takes a little longer for you to start the job. You just have to go equip the other one. I discussed my problems with an acquaintance, and I am relieved. Sure, yes. You wish to pray, be with friends, be with family, and acquire an object, and craft an object. You don't have any friends. Well, that's a problem. She intrudes practical concerns for philosophical discussions, puzzles, riddles, and the world of ideas, is rarely develops negative feelings towards things, and cracks easily under pressure, prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and is grateful when others help her out. She tries to return favors and often feels envious of others and tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she tends to hold on to grievances and often feels lustful. She has little interest in joking around, and she tends to consider what others think of her. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she rarely feels discouraged, often feels nervous and has a greedy streak, occasionally overindulges and is curious and eager to learn. She tends to stretch her body when she's thinking, and she winks during conversations and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally respects the development of a skill, has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, values sacrifice, and values peace over war and a harmonious existence, finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, and doesn't care one way or another about nature, and doesn't feel strongly about the law, and dreams of raising a family. Likes ash glaze and black bronze and pineapple opal, coffee wood and green glass, deer antler and the color, and antler and hair tooth, as well as stoat bone and the color black. I also need to check something right quick. Yes, OBS is in fact recording. Sweet. She likes Akihidra, beds, and sheep for their tendency to flock, and sea serpents for their majesty, and when possible prefers to consume lychee wine and rye seeds, and absolutely hates worms. Do sea serpents actually exist in this game? I don't know if they do. I know sea monsters do. Or are they one of those mythical creatures that they talk about but don't exist? Proxa, thank you very much for the brand new Prime. Appreciate you helping us crawl back up to 800 subscribers. I cannot remember the last time we were below 800 subscribers on Twitch, so appreciate the effort. Thank you very much, chat. You'll lead the revolt one day? It might end that way. Just because, like, I'm pushing it towards being a cult doesn't necessarily mean the cultists will win. Like, we kind of have to work with what the game gives us as time goes on. You know, like as an example, if the dwarves get too upset or something, it is certainly possible that we'll have to, you know, fix something. It's really nice when people have unified branding, Peroxa. I was talking about this the other day, going like, people in Twitch chat with one name, and YouTube chat with another name, and in Discord chat with a different name, and they change it every 6 months. It's like, Serpents Unreal from Savage Oceans? I don't think I've ever seen one. I don't think I've ever seen one. So that's interesting to know. And also, folks over on YouTube, thanks for tuning in. Is there fun stuff to do with sand? You can make glass. Which allows you a few different options. Also, hi Renbird in the YouTube chat. And hello, Calvin. Did you bring Hobbs with you? Yeah, this is what the Countess does to spend her time. Every couple of months, she makes a figurine. She is in love with Kyokyo Doka at this point and desperately wants to be with family, but unfortunately, she has no friends. Well, no family, rather. She does have friends, though. A lot of her close friends have died. They were all in the military, you know, such as Neezer, who passed away earlier on in the fort, and Groot as well, who passed away in the fort, and Kogan, who was a Darkened Dawn. Same with Snail. A lot of the original starting 7 are now dead. A lot of them were in the military. I like to think that's part of the reason why this dwarf has gone kind of nuts. So something that I want to do today. These are kind of my 2 major construction plans for today. This is an unfinished upper portion of the fortress. Building these large circular rooms which are slowly getting worked on. This up here is the Countess's tomb. This down here is the Countess's dining hall. This is the Putrid Temple, which is the temple to our holy unholiness. And this is the office and bedroom of our Countess. I would really like to make this upper fortress the fortress, pretty much, for the cultists. This up here is like a food stockpile. This down here is a food stockpile. And then down here is the tavern. And I'm thinking about keeping this as the tavern for the cultists. But I have these bedrooms up here. I'm kind of thinking about just deconstructing and removing them. Moving fully up to here. Because right now, I can tell how many cultists we have by looking at this list. We have 39 cultists in the fort. We have 73 outsiders. I need 140 in order to have enough for... what's the word? I need to have 140 to have enough to get the Monarch. Unless I change the settings, which I could do, admittedly. The problem is whenever new migrant waves arrive, I expel everybody who isn't of the faith. Which actually makes it quite difficult. Yeah, it's way better than like the 14 we sat at for a while, right? Glass half empty. So we are getting there. I think the hardest part of this fort so far has just simply been growing the fort. The other thing that I need to finish / want to finish is over here. This is a spike trap for this. And then this right here is just a bunch of lava pumps. And I could very easily make this into a lava reservoir, which I think I'm going to. And I can use these pumps to make some sort of minecart monstrosity. I was thinking about just doing shotguns because that would be easy. But something else that I was thinking about is what if I just had like, you know, a strip all the way along here that was just lava that then goes back here. And just have a minecart just doing laps here full of lava and going up and down really quickly. And the reason I say that is, well, it wouldn't be that hard to implement. And wouldn't be as effective as just straight up cannons, but might be really funny to watch. Just like a minecart that's like half full of lava, just zipping back and forth at like hyper speed, just like slamming into things occasionally. I think that would be hysterical. So I'm kind of thinking about doing that. Yeah. We're also working on this spike pit slowly and melting down all the stuff from the previous sieges. As you can see, there's a lot of it. So it's quite the process right here, right now. So that's the fort. That's where we're at. Is there any main character or minor character that you guys would like to follow? And does anybody have any questions about the fort itself? Oh, also the elephants have started breeding. We have like 3 or 4 baby elephants now. Are you an owl, Elfie? Oh, and another thing we started building at the end of the last stream is up here. This is another tavern. This is the tip of discovery. It's a little pukey and a little bit snowy and, you know, could be better. But I can't remember if I've done it yet. I can't remember, so I will check. All right, so outsiders are still permitted in the tavern, I think. No, they are not. Okay, so we've changed it so that when I turn this burrow on, which it's not currently on, when I turn this burrow on, non-believers are no longer allowed in this tavern. So they're going to go and live up here in this tavern. I'm not entirely sure I want to have defenses for it. I might put, like, raisable bridges here, because I think that would be a bit of fun. But it's a mountaintop tavern because I'm going to open this up to guests. In fact, I already have. So that's the reason it's a mountaintop tavern. I want it to be separated from the fort. There's also a slow build-up of another dormitory up here. And I'm probably going to deconstruct the dormitory down here, which they are still allowed in, to my knowledge. Yes, they are still allowed in this one. Probably going to deconstruct this one and move it up there. Maybe make this part of the food supply or something for down here. My idea being there that, you know, if something bad were to happen... Whoops. So, yeah. I guess my question is, what do you guys want to see me work on? I think what I'll do initially is I'll just go queue up some walls here, because this is just going to be diorite. I'm so happy that we have a hotkey to zoom in and zoom out. Oh, sorry, day sight, not diorite. Oh, so it's good to have you around, Flabort. It's good to have you back. I've been caught up on the VODs. Did you? I never was able to get it working. I got it half working, but it was very inconsistent. Basically, like, the design I'm using, unless I use impulse ramps, I don't think I can get it working, and I really didn't want to use impulse ramps, because I don't like using impulse ramps. They're just too cheesy for me. Like, if something requires, like, straight up breaking the physics of the game, it's like, all right, well, I'll pass. So that's what I did. I passed. Lol, whoops, what? The It looked like upstairs fort go burr kind of deal. So, you know. And then we can follow stint that, I think. Once I get some more of this queued up. What other floor colors do I have? Block. Got a decent amount of microcline lying around, but not enough. What do we have for wood? Log. And then bars. Mostly just checking supplies right now. 160 silver, Jesus. My Jesus. How so? Queen thing? I would say that about a lot of different types of games, though. I would also say that about tabletop. Like, or just board games in general, because board games are games created with a very, very specific set of restrictions. So when you're operating within those restrictions, it makes you appreciate more minimalist game design more. But I'm curious about how it makes you think about games differently. Can't really stay because you're helping a friend right now, but you wanted to tell you you're really grateful for your content and tutorials. It helped you enjoy Dwarf Fortress. I can't fully get in it as I feel inadequate for now. Oh, there's no such thing as being inadequate at Dwarf Fortress. There's no such thing. Reading a course on pack witches. That was one of the goblin sites that we took over. This dwarf wants to practice his martial art. Monastery book. Book that we stole. Grandpa's returning a kill right now, and what's Hare is just pondering. You should go pray to Ugath larval flames. I mean, too busy pondering things, you sacred starvation. Ranger Rick, still haggard, working in construction. Incapable of standing. Seems about right. I don't know if that's necessarily unique to Dwarf Fortress, though. I think that that's kind of unique to sandbox games. Like, for me, that's just an indicator of sandbox games. Where it's like, you find the entertainment from the mechanics and contorting them instead of finding instead of having the entertainment just fed to you. I mean, obviously, yeah, it's very different than, like, you know, The Last of Us, but I think, I don't know if it's that unique in that regard. Even the story you build in the game like Minecraft that doesn't really have one of progression that you personally do. That's not really how Dwarf Fortress works. I don't understand your point there with Minecraft, but let's follow another one of the rival religious leaders for a little bit. Ulfsire wishes to join the Trampled Machine as a citizen of Goretusk. Absolutely, Ulfsire. Need to look into Ulfsire. Ulfsire is one of the outsiders, so one of the dwarves that we rescued from a goblin fortress. It's a living, breathing, creative outlet. I think Dwarf Fortress is capable of creating and generating characters that are more believable than just about any other game I've played. That's really what I think about Dwarf Fortress in very simple terms. It's just something that's incredibly contortable and malleable in a way that other games generally aren't. Yeah, totally. I've had people comparing Godly Tombs to Boat Murdered recently. They're like, this should be in the same annals of history as Boat Murdered, and I'm like, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. Scribbled Shoots is another one, so let's check that. Let's check those two dwarves. Aereth, the outsider, this dwarf, is now a permanent resident here. Dreams of mastering a skill. What god do you worship? So this one's interesting because this dwarf is on friendly terms with one of my adventurers, actually. If it says friendly terms, it means that's an adventurer, which I think was one of the companions that I had at one point. I can't remember if they're still alive or not. I want them to step on Legos, V. That's what I want to do to the non-believers in the cult. But yeah, an art program's an interesting way of putting it. But I don't know. I mean, other games have had... Yeah, I don't know. It's hard for me to explain Dwarf Fortress outside of... I've played a lot of video games. Like, I've played a lot of video games, guys. Like, and Dwarf Fortress is one of the few that I'm not bored of yet. How's things been? It's a stressful weekend, but I'm okay. Getting by. Tomatoes are finally starting to get ripe. Like 4 weeks late. And we're playing an extra game today, which is how many times does Blind smash his knee on his keyboard? Or not on his keyboard, on his computer case, because my computer case is now mounted beneath my desk, which is great. Because I have a lot more space on the shelf behind my desk. But it's not intruding on my foot space. However, it is close enough to where my knee used to normally go that I've bumped it 3 times so far today. 2 of them were before I started the stream, though. So. You're a novice armor user, and the other one we'll put in here is Ulfsire. So I'm going to get these 2 dwarves training. The squished boots. Let's see if I can give you guys a good name. Let's call them the... The Squished Conqueror. I wanted to call them the Conquerors, but I don't think there's a plural option there. Because I'm sending these outsiders to go take over locations. We'll call them the Conflict. Because these outsiders, they go train for a little bit. And then when they're done training, I send them to go take over an enemy location. Happy they're helpful, Duskull. Dare you ask what caused the population to dip? Oh, you know. Invasions, mostly. And mass expelling. Perfectly normal things. V is throwing a tantrum. You're also in prison, so... Is there a chain? Oh, the chain's directly below you. Got it. Got it. So, speaking of, we're probably going to be dropping V into a volcano today. This dwarf keeps tantruming, and he isn't even a believer. So, like, whenever he does release him, whenever we do release him, he will be convicted for his crimes. That is for sure. We're absolutely going to need to, you know, do that. You heading out, JJ? We'll see you later, dude. I mean, you got what you wanted, V. You've certainly gotten what you wanted. Right now, we can't even bring you water because you just keep tantruming. And it's kind of a problem. I'm just going to plop some Daysite down up in here. Dominoc, hello. What was that attached to a dwarf? A chain. They're in prison. They committed crimes. In the justice screen, you can convict dwarves of criminal charges. This dwarf's getting another 42 days in the chain. We had to arrest YouTube briefly. Sounds like a sacrifice to the volcano. Well, more like a removal of a problem, but, you know, call it what you want. I'm thinking this up here might become the new tavern. Because this tavern down here is just going to go away. It might remain as a dining hall, but as a tavern, it's going to stop being here pretty soon. Actually, this could be military quarters. Is what I could turn that into. Very busy carrying out justice. Damn right. Are Belrogs in this game? Belrogs specifically? No. Are there randomly generated creatures that can wreak havoc on your face? Absolutely. Can you dig too deeply and greedily and unlock untold horrors from the great before? Absolutely. Is there a thing called a Belrog? No. This isn't strictly based on Tolkien. Far worse. Yeah, there you go. Quick, somebody send this person a copy of, like, I played the worst biome in Dwarf Fortress video. It will go down in a blaze of glory. It'll be glorious, sir. Do not worry. Sometimes blind acts like a Balrog. Sometimes do I act? Sometimes I can. Wait, hold on. Does that mean that I can fly sometimes? Fly with a whip and have big horns and be made of fire? Yeah, you know what? Honestly, I'm in. Only sometimes. That sounds pretty cool. How did you become a bone carver? Did you make an artifact? It's a common job in this fort. I have repeating bone crafts running because we've got dwarves hunting. I don't think you made an artifact. I can check. Was waiting for those ads to end. Nope, you have not made an artifact. It's funny, he has an extremely calm demeanor. Really? Really no. At least somebody's giving you water. And down here I can just melt all of this. I'm also gonna get rid of one of these kilns and put another smelter in, I think. Bert wishes to join the Trampled Machine as a citizen of Goretusk. Welcome, Coolette. Are you one of us or an outsider? You are unfortunately a member of the wrong religion. So I will give you this squad. And instead of off-duty, I will take this squad and just put them on training. They're all going to go get gear now. Is there a creature occupying the space? Like, is there a dwarf standing there, or a cat, or something? No? Weird. I don't build perpetual motion machines because I find them faulty and, like, inconsistent and not the most dependable. I want my power to be dependable and permanent. The perpetual motion machines can evaporate and cause various other annoyances that I'm not a fan of. So, being completely honest with you, I don't use them because I think they're bad. Whenever I need power, I do this. I tap into an aquifer and just make a line of water that flows. Because I find this easier to build and more consistent and reliable. I personally find perpetual motion machines to be not great. They used to be really good, but I'm convinced that, like, they changed the speed at which water evaporates at some point, if that makes any sense. So the result being it's now kind of very difficult to keep them full. Like, they tend to just suddenly empty out for no real discernible reason at a rather frequent basis. You're using dry caves? Why? Then I can't help you. Use aquifers. Aquifers are the most useful thing to learn how to fully utilize in Dwarf Fortress. Especially light aquifers. Heavy aquifers are fine too, but... Hotness or coldness of the area? I don't know. I don't actually have any proof of that. I just suspect they did, because what used to be a really consistent infinite source of power is now an extremely inconsistent, like, rapidly vanishing source of power. So I don't know. Maybe. It wouldn't entirely surprise me if it was something to do with temperature. But, yeah, I don't know. Water can evaporate if it's 1 deep, and I think pretty consistently with those infinite power generators, they are 1 deep. All right, so it's time to dig a really big tunnel. It's a water spilling issue also? Yeah, but even if I completely enclose them, which I've done too, they still evaporate. Like, it'll be a completely full cistern with extra water on top of it, not spilling from any angle, and 3 to 5 years later, they just randomly stop and I have to refill them. Like, it's not perpetual if it stops. So a river is perpetual, or an aquifer is perpetual. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's up with the creatures blocking sight. That is strange. Dear lady with a terribly misbehaved child, fucking teach your kids some manners. Why do I need a mist generator for my dwarves? They don't need it. They're quite happy. And the ones that are unhappy don't matter, so it's fine. Just a heads up. There is absolutely zero situation in Dwarf Fortress where you need to build a mist generator, unless literally the entire fortress is in the red. Mist generators are not necessary to keep your dwarves happy. They never have and they never will be. The game is not designed to require them. It's sort of like a get-out-of-jail-free card if you fucked up really bad. So no, I didn't make them a mist generator in this fort because I very rarely use them because I don't really need them. I used them in Godly Tombs because that fort was whack, but this fort's fine. Doesn't need it. They started selling peanuts and shells. I like peanuts and shells. It's a fun activity. But I'd prefer a pistachio, but I can't always afford a pistachio, so sometimes, yeah, peanuts and shells can be nice. There's a certain... It's kind of like up there with, like, sunflower seeds. It's like there's a certain level of entertainment to just kind of cracking open a shell and eating something. Especially if you can do it with your fingers or teeth. Well, okay, so for full disclosure on this map is freezing. If I were to make mist anywhere in this volcano, it wouldn't make mist. It would instantly freeze into blocks and potentially cave in. So it would kill more dwarves than it would benefit in this fort. So that's one thing. And number two, I made mist generators in the last fort, and I don't do the same thing twice in any fort. Like, it's kind of, like, people always ask me, like, have you done this strat? Why aren't you doing this thing this time? It's like, well, because that's boring. I do different things each time, otherwise the game gets samey. It's the same reason I don't build minecart shotguns in every fort. Because if I spent every fort building minecart shotguns, I wouldn't be playing Dwarf Fortress. I'd be playing minecart shotgun fortress, which is okay. It's still Dwarf Fort, but like that gets samey. You're just doing the same activity time and time again, and I only have so much capacity to just repeatedly do the same activity, and eventually I just want to do something different. Dark Goblin Pits opened up and is looking to your economy for its prosperity. I'm economically linked to Dark Goblin Pits. Do you send your dwarves? Well, they're just Goblin Pits. Goblin Pits are basically like World War II trenches, right? Like there really isn't anything going on there. Means the overworld, your faction probably took over them behind the scenes. So your home faction probably invaded and took over it, and you were just the nearest prosperous fortress. So you just gained control of it. That can happen. I've had similar things happen. It's kind of funny when it happens. I might just have enough daysite to finish this. Not quite. One short. $214. So we'll instead say 200. Also apparently making 400 daysite mechanisms. Squeeze me? Also already have a daysite block up and running job, but why do I have 400? Okay. And we'll get rid of those. Actually, I think I know why I queued that up, but do I have any other mechanisms jobs? No, I don't. Okay. Rock mechanisms. I need something lava-proof. If I were to use anything, it would be nice if they didn't need to be lava-proof. I see. I'm out of obsidian. Let's use basalt then. Got another petition. Van Ori wishes to join the Trampled Machine as a citizen of Goretusk. And let's follow Van Ori around a bit. These are all, like I said, dwarves from a previous one of my forts. Which is fascinating to have dwarves show up from past forts. Especially when you rescue them as prisoners. And then they show up as refugees. It's just neat. It's going all right, Gigmoth, and yourself? No. No, not a Spire from Hell opened up. The Spires from Hells are only in Dark Goblin Fortresses, and not even all Dark Goblin Fortresses, just some, air quotes, Dark Goblin Fortresses. Zothan Brass Wars wishes to join. This dwarf. We are slowly building a little wall, a little army of outsiders. I kind of like this. I do quite like this. Especially because they want martial training, most of them. And most of them were in the military previously, so they all actually have pretty decent military skills. Maybe I should keep these guys around a little bit before I send them off to go take something over. Working from home at the new job. How's the new gig? It's an interesting looking instrument. It's well-crafted Cashin. Neat. All right, I'm going to remove these two instruments. And maybe these two statues. I'm gonna move up to here. We're gonna start putting stuff up in here. I slap down some more dacite blocks. Do I have statues currently? Okay, those are statues of elephants. Which are fine. We'll bring those in. How many doors do I have? Okay, it's just the nice doors. That's fine. 3 lead tables. That's not many lead tables. So let's check how much lead I have. Bars. I have 80 lead. So let's do 20 tables and 20 thrones, maybe? You know what? Fuck it. Silver tables. And lead tables. And lead thrones. But I'll do 20 of the lead. So we can bring that up. We can also bring up... That's what I'm talking about. Masterfully improved lead chests. Glorious. Absolutely glorious. Also need to line these walls, because they're a little in a state of embarrassment currently. Fort age, it's listed if you type an exclamation point goal. I want to say it started in 365, like 11 years? Something like that? It's 11, 12, something like that. Getting there. It's getting up there. It's been running for a bit. Via's throwing a tantrum again. You're still in prison, yeah? 24 days. I am building 2 forts in 1 fort. One for my glorious cultists and one for the heretics. That's what the area I'm creating is for. Deconstruct and reconstruct this. And another thing I need to queue up, which I can just do behind the scenes here, just let run in the background, are these. Is I'm linking stuff to trigger. At least the ones it hasn't been linked to yet. Because I'm building a spike field. So that's now all of these. And this one over here, let's do the same thing. So I've got dwarves just running back and forth and linking stuff to trigger constantly. At least when they find ones that they aren't already connected to. There's some. It's just when they're green up in the top left there. All right, so when I turn those mine carts on, they just, you know, make the spikes go up and down, which is a pretty good time. All right, what am I building? It's not a guild hall. I'm making a new tavern. I'm pretty sure I stated what I'm making, but we're making a new tavern because I'm building basically 2 fortresses. I'm building one for my cult, which is up here, and then I'm building one for the normies, which is down here. Although, not sure how many of the normies we're going to keep. This is a very heavily themed fort. Unfortunately, no. It did not. It just didn't work. There's a reason I got rid of it, because it didn't work. Real gamer cow. Meanwhile, V in the YouTube chat. Day question marks. I bide my time chained up. The nobles have gone mad. They speak of God's will for us to suffer. I say that they are trying to off us. And when I get out, I'm going to show no mercy. Good luck. Sideburns, the disciple of Yugath, commander, has bestowed the name Lolo Kamat upon his shield. He named his shield. It's a Lolokmat. Speaking of, Napalm whispers take the last trenches of chewing, wishes to join Goretusk. Another one of our rescued refugees. It's gonna go train with the rest of them. Same with Olon Theaterfish. Olon the Outsider right here. Sideburns is still alive and kicking, yes. But this napalm is previous napalm from previous fortress. And also, I've been thinking a little bit about it. The next project after this one will probably be me trying to recover the blockade's shield. And I have an idea for the next fortress as well. I'm thinking we're going to do another only ramps fort. I also have an idea of where we could put it too. But it's good to have you here, Napalm. Thanks for tuning back in. And thanks everybody for tuning in today. It's been a long summer, and I greatly appreciate those of you who've resubbed and prime subbed and gifted subs at the start of the stream because, to be honest, this is the lowest sub count I've had all year, so thank you very much. We're doing great all the same, but it is nice to keep those numbers up. Does a lot for relaxing the anxieties of the old head noodle. All right, we're doing that. And Rolf, thank you very much for gifting a subscription. Greatly appreciate you. And gift it to the person in the YouTube to say spaghetti. YouTube chat, somebody say spaghetti and you get a dwarf. Thanks for giving a game or like some sort of like activity to force people to respond. And enjoy the ad-free viewing. Bushcat? Or Butch Cats, not Bush Cats. So I think we're getting a dwarf named Calvin. So, Calvin. For the last 10 years, you've been playing this game. You've never been able to get as far as me. This is my full-time job. It's not really a fair comparison. Damn dyslexia. You did flip the G and the H, though, admittedly. Okay, so the question is, Calvin, would you like a cultist or a loyalist, or a cultist or a heretic, and would you like a beard or no beard? Those are my questions for you, and then we'll find you a dwarf. Calvin is a good name for a dwarf, though. If I had tigers, I'd give you a pet tiger and name him Hobbs. A bearded cultist would be wonderful. Okay, we'll sort by happy. Actually, we'll sort by happy and do Yugath. How about this? I remember seeing this dwarf's last name because their last name was so funny. Domas Clamgilt. Sounds like a Calvin to me. Does that work for you, Calvin? And thank you, Wizard Birdman, for being kind. Gifting a dwarf to the YouTubes. Just waiting for the okay go. Also, hey, Rami, it's good to see you. Calvin Domas Clamgilt has joined the fortress. He's focused. He does want to pray. He had his sparring session and it pleases him. He's been in the military for a little bit, but he's still pretty green. He hasn't actually seen any combat. He's mostly just, sparring with various Hammerlords. Although, honestly, sparring with Hammerlords probably a pretty good way to train. Although, for some reason, you haven't picked up a weapon. So maybe I should tell you to do that. He very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. He has a strong sense of... He has a strong tendency towards positive feelings. He has a strong tendency towards privacy and can handle stress. He often feels lustful and he tries to keep things orderly and he doesn't often seek out excitement. He has a greedy streak and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally thinks that introspection is valueless and those that waste time in self-examination are deluded fools. He finds blind honesty foolish and values peace over war, and doesn't care about nature one way or another. He likes mica and bismuth bronze, as well as harlequin, opal, and the clear glass and elephant seal tooth. Waves and floodgates and bracelets and splints and horses for their strength, and boogeymen for their terror-inspiring antics, and wealthy vines. And the sound of the wealthy vines and the sight of the sienna sweetness, and when possible, prefers to consume giant hair and nautilus plant, and gutter crewer, and bumblebee honey, and absolutely hates fire snakes. He has a pet duck.
Lanix 7 cheered.
And is a member of the Dead Communion.
Morning Blind. Chat. How's the cult?
Thanks
Have we recruited more members yet?
Not yet. But we're working on it. Slowly and surely. Thank you very much for the first bits of the stream and the first bits of the week. Basically being honest for the sake of honesty, like admitting things regardless of the situation is blind honesty. Which, don't talk to cops, kids. I think I'm going to take my main squad off of training for a little bit, though. And just put them on off duty. These guys. I'm taking them off training because they've been training for a while, and I kind of just want them to go grab new clothes. You know, like Sideburns needs a break here. Our most recent namey, Calvin, probably needs pants. I know he's got pants, but probably needs to go put his stuff away and all that jazz. Get new clothes, etc. You know, like a nice new tunic. Set of gloves and all that stuff. Sideburns over here doing something similar. Also, because I did put a spot for them to store their stuff, I don't actually want them storing their stuff in here anymore. I just want that stuff to be put away. Especially because, like, this dwarf wants to acquire an object and craft, so it's probably wise. Got an ad break in a minute. Well, I mean, that seems like a you problem. The thing is, I wouldn't say that that's necessarily an issue, that dwarves are attached to their weapon. I would actually argue that's a good thing because it gives them hit bonuses. I would rather a dwarf uses a bronze short sword that is named than a steel short sword that isn't. Because they obviously know how to use it, right? And a dwarf that's good enough in the military to name something probably isn't going to have a problem killing something with a worse thing. A pro tip for Dwarf Fortress. Under no circumstances should you ever and I mean ever, use training gear. Just do not do that. Just don't use what it's called. Training gear used to be a mandatory thing in the game because dwarves used to be able to get in, like, training combat used to be lethal, so they would gain injuries from training if you used damaging weapons, and people found that mechanic so frustrating that they removed it from the game. And so sparring is non-lethal. Just let them use the weapons you want them to use in training. Don't use practice training weapons. Like, they shouldn't be in the game. Yeah, they literally have no reason to exist. I like that Commander Sideburns almost immediately went left and got into an argument. It's very fitting of a militia guy. Also, his last name is really good for a commander. Number Tomb. That's good. I'm a fan. We're in an ad break, so I will pause. You were using them to practice on caged invaders? This is a problem of your own creation, I'll say. Death to math. Yeah. To hell with the smorts. I am cult. For the stream, but not the video. If you just tap play pause really quickly, it'll fix it. Like, immediately. You had a dwarf that got severely injured in training once in like 24ths. Are you sure it was in training and not a tantrum? Void? Like, you positive? Because I haven't had that happen in like 8 years of playing this game almost as a full-time job. Unsure. Looked like training, but maybe. Because, like, every now and again, you'll have dwarves that really hate being in the military. And all you need is, like, a 2-second spontaneous tantrum to go pop and just punch somebody in the head, and then their spine is gone. Like, I had a dwarf that was so strong at one point that could just, like, if he punched you in the face once, your head exploded. And it's not that hard to get dwarves that are that strong. So that kind of thing wouldn't actually surprise me all that much if it was just a tantrum. I mean, it could absolutely be some freak weird accident. There was a bug for a while there where dwarves could dodge through walls, which was particularly bad when I discovered that bug because I was building a tower fort above ground, you know, as you do. Anyway, I decided to put my barracks pretty high up in the tower, and they kept flying through the walls and exploding on the ground. This was like before Premium came out. And that was pretty funny for a couple minutes until I had no military left. Just splat. I mean, in hindsight, it's hysterical. Don't get me wrong. Like, it is really funny. But, like, you know. It's also very annoying. Blows up dwarf with mine. Pretty much, yeah. It's like, sorry, I'm just gonna think about this really hard and How do you get the military to train and keep working? You don't. They either train or work. So you have two options. You can go into here and then say train and then set them to training, or you can have them set to off duty. If you have them set to this, when they have no other, if you have them set to train in here, when they have no other activities to do, they will just go idly train, regardless of if they're off duty or on duty. So it's something that you prioritize, basically. If you want them to do monthly orders, then they will kind of stagger training and just kind of hanging around and doing other things. If you set them to no orders and disable this, then they will walk around with their gear on and will do some tasks, but can't do all tasks because they're holding a hammer. Basically, if a dwarf's in the military, they're in the military. And if they're training in the military, then they're training in the military. And that's just what they're doing then. They teleported? They'd blink through walls, yes. That was what that old bug was. Speaking of... Buddy's getting released soon. Oh, hey, Vodka Studio wants to join. Well, speaking of, we'll chuck you into there. I love just getting, like, a whole free squad from a previous Fort of Outsiders. So, V here is getting released soon. A strange vigilante against our religious rights. He does like the restraints, though. You can also do that, Butch Cats. But that doesn't work all of the time. He's gonna go drink. We'll let him have his last drink. But even if you set them to, what's the word? Even if you set them to, like, have strict training commands, some of them, sometimes they'll just completely ignore that and just go train. Because I've certainly had that issue. Oh, hey, look, we have visitors. We got a Dingo Man wasting zombie. Academy's Stop Trouble. Huh. The Palms of Clarity. Was a Chamberlain. Was also a member, High Doctor, and prisoner. Okay. Interesting. It's a wasting zombie. So, now, V gets some orders. I'm gonna go get some equipment. I'm gonna go put something on, probably. You in the military? Oh, I see. You a hunter? There you go. Drop that, please. Oh, he's trying to attend a meeting. That'd be why. This is probably him getting the orders. Where did that baby horse come from? Please eat that. Thank you, dwarves. So who are you meeting with? Oh, I guess it already finished. Did you yell at somebody in charge? Ah, yelled at a priest. I got it. Goes down to socialize. And was given orders, probably. Oh, is he already throwing a tantrum? Meh. He's fighting with Olon the Weaponsmith, another member of the Lined Coven. And also Corvius Swade, one of our great disciples. Now he's all injured, Corvius is. He's now fighting with Shy Phantasmita. And knocked out a bunch of her teeth. She's now nauseous and in pain. Knocked a bunch of her teeth out and then just punched her again an additional time. And everybody's gonna go report crimes. Absolutely no baby horse, no. I love how I'm trying to get him to go to this burrow, and he's just refusing. Maffle, one of my disciples, has gone into a strange mood. Not one of the ones who just got injured, but is running past the pile of dwarves that just got injured. I'm going to go up to here and just finish this up real quick. But how you doing, Casual Elephant? How's things, mate? How are the elephants doing? Growing up slowly. I swear, V, if you just go and get yourself killed, I'm gonna be pissed at you. I'm gonna be pissed at you. So he's currently locked in a burrow and just like misbehaving, not permitting it. Ooh, that sucks. Casual. Hang in there, take care of yourself, man. That's a crappy week. Holy shit, dude. Rough month. I've had like an annoyingly, unnecessarily stressful month. This guy. Just leave the dining room there separated. Don't really want to put this dwarf into a squad to do this, but I may have to. You are going to go stand right there. Tell a dwarf to deconstruct this because it's being held up from above, and we're going to link this over to that. Now he's behaving. What's up, piggy? Because normal punishments for crimes just won't do. Is it worth removing the bridge too? I don't know. You can answer that question yourself in a second, I think. Hi, chat. How's this fortress going? I'd love to know your guys' thoughts on the current wellness and goodness of this fortress. Grandpa is doing the honors. Longtime member of the fort. And servant of Yugath. And V, well. Any last words, dwarf? What's up, Net Fraser? There isn't even trees on the surface. And, you know, a bunch of crimes were committed recently. And, you know, I think it's highly likely that the, you know, zombie here is to blame. He definitely possessed V with his zombie powers. Blame it on the zombie, you know? V says, I shall meet you all in hell. And there, I will show you pain. All right. I wonder if he's had any combat logs. I was really hoping he'd get hit by the bricks on the way down, but nah. Wouldn't it be great to just take my life off and do nothing for the rest of my days, he says. Almost poetic, really. Almost poetic. We are not a death cult. We are a group of religious individuals who realize that we are simply superior to all other religions. We are a very factual religion. That does not mean that we're a death cult. Just because our God likes death doesn't mean that we are a death cult. I'm taking offense. So a religion, yes, just normal religion. Just perfectly normal religion. Nothing weird to see here. I assure you, people. Definitely. Probably shovel plow. In a lot of cases, yes. Let's follow this artifact from our great disciple of the glorious Yugath. Dwarf wants to fight and learn military stuff. But she is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, so I don't know how good that would be. Yeah, well, I mean, it's convenient. It's right there. Honestly, if you're gonna execute somebody and you have a volcano handy, like, man, it's easier than building a guillotine. Besides, we'd probably use the volcano to make said guillotine. Isn't that just the volcano then anyway? So Shinobi here is yet another member of my ever-growing squad of rescued prisoners. Because I actually managed to rescue prisoners from a previous fort. I'm just sitting here, like, trying to remain in my glorious denial of that. I am definitely not a cult, okay? So much better optics? No. I want them to realize the fear that if you repeatedly beat up my own dwarves in my tavern, we're going to drop you into a goddamn volcano and blame somebody else on your crimes. I think that's a better method of causing fear in my citizens. Those are cave dragons, yes. We stole them from the goblins. They're legitimate salvage. Rough onyx opals. Okay, so now you need cut gems, probably. Pig iron. We're getting a pig iron weapon, probably. Never mind, you just got rectangular, nice cabochons. Well, that's a bit of a shame. Obsidian blocks. Rough onyx opals. I'm encrusting things with gems and polished stones, so we never have any cut gems around. You want one as a pet? Yeah, they can't fly or breathe fire, which makes them slightly safer. Oh, weird. V's been gone missing. Strange. Anyway. The sad thing is he didn't get his teeth knocked off. These are Shy's teeth. So I can't even, like, just throw... I can't even, like... throw his teeth into a tomb and just be like, well, at least we memorialized him. I actually have to make him a slab. Yeah, not all religions need heavy control, but it certainly suits the description of some religions. Pig iron bars, two boulders of dacite, rough onyx opals, and rectangular nice cabochons, obsidian blocks, and onyx opals, and tunnel tube logs. Seems good to me. I'm just going to get a perpetual melt-a-metal object running. And then we're going to jump up to the upper level, and I'm going to pause the game and set up some furniture, I think. I was going to put him in front of the outdoor tavern that we have above ground. Was what I was going to do with it. Whoops, that's a lead one. All right, our new tavern grows. I need the slab to be finished first. Fitting that Budgie's making it. There it is. What's up, Bunny? 117, how is things? How effective is pig iron as a weapon material? Pretty bad, I think. Although I'm only using one of my artifact weapons, and that's the artifact lead warhammer, because it's a, it's a lead warhammer in a fortress primarily populated with hammer dwarves. So, it's the only one that I'm actively using. Most of them are just display pieces. It'd probably be fine as like a mace or a hammer, yeah, but there's not a lot of sharpness to it if I recall. I haven't looked at the wiki for it in a while. Somebody was saying that I need to make a weapons tier list video for Dwarf Fortress, and honestly, I think that might be something I should probably do. I just don't know if I actually want to do it, because that's a lot of work. This is a daysite memorial to Ulan V. The slab reads, "In memory of V. Born in 305 and went missing in the year 376. Strange. Was allegedly a militia captain briefly and given some strange orders, and lover of the wealthy vines. And the disciple of Yugath has created... Oh, never mind. We didn't actually get a weapon. Kashin Limul, a pig iron bracelet, and offers it to the trampled machine. Okay, who gets that? I like this comment from Havoc in the YouTube chat. A necromancer stole my artifact mug. I trapped him in a beehive room until I got my military engaged in combat, and he killed everyone with the mug. That's fantastic, dude. Like, that's awful. But, man... It's possible. Yes, it's possible. If you use VLC, you at least used to be able to run a Twitch stream in VLC. People used to use it to get around ads, but then Twitch changed how ads work, and now they're just in the stream itself, so you can't do that to get around ads. Or like a waffle bat when a Warhammer does that. So let's check out this. And who's upset? Ranger Rick is stumbling around obliviously. That's fine. This is a, wow, a pretty expensive pig iron bracelet, all things considered. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round marquise cut onyx opals and encircled with bands of rectangular obsidian cabochons and tunnel tube. This object menaces with spikes of onyx opal. On the item is an image of Nil Glade ship, the dwarf in pig iron. On the item is an image of an octahedra in dacite. So the question is, do I put this one on display or give it to somebody? That's the question. Let's give it to the Chief Medical Dwarf, because they don't have a symbol. And also, now that I think about it, I really need to make a hospital. Also, hardy har, look at this zombie in prison. Doesn't feel anything after being confined. This visitor is ready to leave. Not surprised. Imagining being the first person to visit a new tavern, then immediately getting blamed for somebody else's crimes and thrown into prison. Tier list for weapons in this game is kind of weird because they do all kind of different things and have different benefits as a result. Yeah, which is why I'm like, I feel like I should make one because people keep asking me to and it'd probably get views. But a lot of it just kind of comes down to opinion and situations, right? So I'm going to follow this. But I'm actually going to abandon you for a second, chat room. I'm going to go use the toilet. I gotta pee real bad. I'll be right back. Don't miss me too much.
Cheese for everyone! Gobble, 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 gobble.
Bark, 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 bark. Spears are less messy. Allegedly, spears are better at hitting things at a distance. Also, I should have timed my bathroom break a little differently because an ad is going to land in like a minute. So it's early spring, so we're finding a bunch of random dead animals around, which is always an unfortunate shame. But let's see if I can send the conflict out to go attack something. I'm going to get them to go steal me some books. I don't actually know how good this captain is at being a captain. Novice ambusher. Like, no skills and tactics. Sideburns over here has cleared most of his needs now. How's Calvin doing? Wants to craft an object, but has also cleared most of his needs. How about you? Just wants to fight. They don't want to craft objects. I'm going to get them training again. Because I want to have at least one squad that's fully up and ready at a time. How did I get the cave dragons as pets? I stole them from the goblins. You didn't know it could be tamed? I stole them from the goblins. If you capture livestock from an enemy site, they're tamed by default. Yeah, if you cage trap them, then you can train them. But they have to be in a cage to train them. Always a little bit amazed by how much my YouTube channel has grown in the last month. It's kind of nuts to me. Your life has ended. I have been memorialized by those who see my actions as just. My grave shall be a grim reminder of what's to come if we don't fight. You are the vigilante that they needed, not the vigilante. Or you're the vigilante that they deserve. I need to try and make that V character into something in the video. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but... Spear walls are cool. Oh, just like phalanx lines and such. I mean, it's the whole reason Rome Total War was a fun game back in the day. Was it's just like, oh yeah, no, just, you know, block the walls and watch things fall over. Apparently they're making a Rugrats video game. This is the one thing with like having a press pass to something like PAX West, is you just get emails about some of the most I ordered something from Amazon for the building, and apparently it's valuable enough that I have to, like, give the driver or the delivery person a password. I've never had that happen before. Anyway, I'm going to close my email, I think. See, that's the only artifact weapon I'm using. It's a Warhammer. Because that's just too cool to not use. I mean, come on. It's way too cool to not use. Radish plant roasts? I had radishes with my dinner last night. It was delicious. Like the one they used to play on the N64. I have no idea. I had no interest in even looking. Lead Warhammer's really, really lucky? Yes and no. We got it legitimately, though. I didn't gimmick it. I do need to find some more dwarves for this squad, though. I'm gonna turn on the outsiders. Burrow, meaning they technically shouldn't be allowed in areas, in this area if they're not a proper servant. This dwarf's an adequate swords dwarf, are you now? Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday? It's creative, poor intuition, high willpower. Oh, that's good. You want martial training. You're a servant, which means you're not fully in the religion, but you're not actually part of another religion. Let's put Tun into the military. You'll do okay, I think. So you're going to go pick up new gear. And is suddenly focused. Well, that's good. Also gets to put on fancy clothing. So thus is happy. What are you waiting on here, Lemuel? crutch required. Is there no crutches in this hospital? There's 5 crutches in this hospital. Do I not have enough doctors? Doctor, diagnoser, surgeon, bone doctor. Someone should bring you that. Oh, I guess you just did. Nope. Anybody bringing you a crutch? Nope, we're just encrusting. I'll just check orderlies. I'm sure that orderlies are not an issue right now. Well, I keep saying it and not doing it. Let's make a bigger hospital. This is going to be my hospital. This has been planned to be the hospital. I just need to finish it. So let's just make sure that the outsiders are allowed in here. Let's just double check that the burrows are good. Yes. Okay. So we can build this now. And this is just going to be a meeting area down here. Sans this middle bit. And this is all just going to be connected to this sanctuary of lanterns, which is my hospital. And we're going to begin swanking this thing up. It's going to be a very schwanky hospital. Because I've been in several situations now where, damn, I really needed a bigger hospital. That wasn't terrible. And I don't want that to happen again. Do I have any traction benches, though? That's the question. I may or may not. Oh, I do. Look at that. Tons of them. I guess I was planning ahead at some point and then forgot. What's up, ATN? Does he not have enough insurance? I have no idea. It's possible. Anything's possible, really. Dwarf Fortress, after all. A storm is coming? What, for you? Like in real life or in this fortress? Because yes, probably, and yes, probably. Speaking of storms, I hope that anybody here, if you've been affected by that tropical storm that hit Montreal real bad, hang in there. One of my, somebody I know who moderates the Discord, Orange, got caught pretty bad and his basement got flooded. As well as a car got totaled. Indiridius wishes to join, and I will approve that. To add them to this squad once they get back. Or actually, I could just add them to this squad. You just realized that your fort doesn't have a hospital. Great work, you. Yeah, I've been I mean, I've been running this fort for a while, and literally my hospital was just like a room in a hallway. So, yeah, I think cultists or not, these dwarves they deserve a hospital. It is gonna take a little bit for all the stuff to get moved over here, though. There is also part of me that wants to make it so that only the outsiders can haul, just because I think that would be really fun. But the thing is, if I do that, then I have to make sure that they have access to everywhere. Flabort, what kind of dwarf would you like? A hospital once and technically lost, and only lost technically once, and that was due to underestimating a necromancer tower. Yeah, I'd never underestimate a necro tower. The problem is I usually overestimate them and then just obliterate them in one round and never actually get to fight any fun things from the necromancer tower. That's usually my issue, which I realize is not a normal problem to have with necromancer towers, but Beard, Believer, and Brewer. That's a lot of requirements, mate. Because I, one, actually don't know what any of their skills are. So I could give you this guy. He's a planter. Because they're all named Disciple of Ugath, right? Does that work? Those are cave dragons, yes. Hammer dwarves are pretty good against undead. The problem with undead is, are they intelligent or unintelligent? And how many of them is there? And how easily exhausted are your dwarves? And is there a necromancer? Does that work for you, Flabort? Waiting on a response, friend. Are artifacts still immune to magma lava? No. They are not immune to magma lava. They are immune to building destroyers. If you have an artifact mudstone, great. It will melt in lava, but nothing can knock it over. But if lava runs over it, it will destroy it if it's made of mudstone. And that also counts if it's like encrusted with gems that aren't lava safe. So like if you have an adamantine grit like door, right, and it's got cloth and gems like embroidered on it, if lava runs through it, it'll disappear. Flabort. Vabok, aka Flabort. Flabort Virgin Ring, that's the name. Is currently putting away his clothing that he just claimed. And he's bored after being unable to practice martial art. He wants to practice martial art. He is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need and lacks confidence in his abilities and has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. I should put you into the hospital. I'm actually going to do that, like, right now. Let's just make you into a doctor. Oopsies. Just because you're truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. He rarely is jealous and can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. And he has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He doesn't hold on to grievances, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess, and he has a greedy streak, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He's not interested in what others think of him, and he is curious and eager to learn, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, thinks that romance is very important in life, and finds the idea of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. He doesn't care about family one way or another. He dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes serpentine and rose gold, yellow zircon and green glass, giant vulture tooth, and short fin mako shark. And short fin mako shark parchment. And the colors chartreuse and maces, boxes, and weaselmen for their short legs. In the words of the mindful Saffron, and when possible prefers to consume hagfish and radish wine and bumblebee royal jelly and rambutan seeds, and absolutely hates mussels. Cave dragons cannot breathe fire, so no, they will not. These are more like giant dogs. than like traditional dragons. Seems like you already like your new gig. Running around giving out diagnoses. Probably about as qualified as any doctor. In this world, anyway. How realistic do you think the happiness and management needs management is in this? It's quite realistic, meaning it's impossible to make every dwarf happy all the time, and some dwarves are just fucking broken. To me, it's not a matter of being realistic. I think making things in video games realistic sucks. I don't even know how popular of an opinion that is, but for me, if everything in a video game is realistic, it actively makes the game worse for me. I want games that are interesting. This game is very good at creating believable feeling characters that are not necessarily... How do I word this? That are not necessarily realistic. I don't think they need to be realistic. But like, a dwarf might want to be with friends and family and have no friends and family. This dwarf wants to be with family and see friends. He has 2 friends, but no family. So he will always be sad about that. Because he'll never get to be with family. That's realistic. But also kind of sucks and actually pisses off a lot of players who are just like, game broken. Purely due to the fact that, well, you know, they want their dwarves to be 100% happy all the time. Forgotten Beast, Sod, has come a great beakless waxwing. It has 3 short tails and it squirms and fidgets. Its dark tan feathers are downy. Beware, it's fire. That's interesting. Where is it? So it doesn't need to go too far to get into the fort. Like at all. It needs to fly to here, down here, basically. We must protect the elephants. Do spouses count as family? Yes. It's like it does breathe fire, but it's not actually that big of a threat. Question is, can it get around to here? Because I don't actually know if it can. It's covered in water still, even though it's not on screen. I wouldn't mind fighting it. It'd have to go all the way around the volcano. That's actually pretty far for it to path. Also, chat, a Forgotten Beast just appeared. I'm pretty sure this is the first Forgotten Beast we've had in this fortress that has a chance of getting into the fortress. The least you guys can do is give me a round of beers. Come on. Or act excited. At least pretend to be excited. Got another zombie hanging out in the fort. It's a spy. They're here to undermine my... Wait. I was going to say, do you worship the same god? No, you don't. They're here to undermine my power. Can I arrest you for something silly that's unrelated? Clearly, this zombie. What is your... You're a Hollow Slayer. Clearly, this Hollow Slayer is convicted of a crime. We must imprison them for the crimes that they have committed. Now, where's that beast at? Still off screen. So I think I'm gonna dig over to here. That or just do this. Let's bring quartzite blocks down. Do a couple quartzite ramps. Make sure this is all in this burrow. Make sure this is additionally in this burrow. I mean, don't convict all criminals, and then you'll always have open crimes. Okay, where's Beastie at? Okay, so it's moved quite a bit. It's down and around this side now. The other area we can go to is right here. The thing is, I want to kill this thing. But there's a few different ways it can get in, which is part of the fun. Oh boy, some migrants have arrived. All right, well, I can't really watch too closely because I need to do this. You worship the wrong god. God, be gone. So I sent these dwarves off to go steal me some books, and they appear to have deserted me. Because they should have come back by now. Like, they really should have come back by now. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest if they did. What, besides dwarves, what faction do you think is the most interesting? Honestly, the elves, because they've got the most, like, conflicted rules. Like, they only live in forests. The way their factory trees work is kind of neat. Like, their plant manipulation magic is also interesting. Goblins are kind of fun, too. Just that literally everything is legal. Making them kind of like the true libertarians. I don't know. They all have something interesting going for them. Except for maybe kobolds. They're just kind of annoying. Except for how their language is generated. That part's kind of funny. They're kind of like comedic relief without much substance. Exactly. Ah, there we go. Finally, a disciple. Finally. How about you? So many Keshes worshippers here. Ah! Another disciple. Excellent. Goblin anarchy is wild. It kind of is. Why would I send you away? Do you worship the dead communion? Because if you don't, I will have to send you to one of my faraway regions. Because only the dead communion is allowed to enter. All other dwarves must vanish. Or be forced to vanish. Please take you and your pet Cavey away. Thank you very much. No guinea pigs permitted here. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder if this is a bug. Oh, that's okay. Explore Blossom Village. I sent this squad out to go explore a temple and then return. Did they? Well, they looted a couple books. And then according to this, they came back. And then stopped right there. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Huh. I think they deserted me and started a refugee camp. I'd be willing to bet if you go right there in adventure mode, you'll find a refugee camp. With books. I'd be willing to bet. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of awesome if that actually just happened. Do you worship the correct god? Composed of flames or fire and shoots webs. Any long-range dwarves. Marks dwarves, bow dwarves, any long-range dwarves. We have another servant. So this is somebody who is married to someone who is of the faith. How about your child, though? Unfortunately, I cannot accept this fate. You must leave. Worships the wrong god. It'll be okay. Population goes up a little bit. Some of it went down. Currently no beast on screen. He could still show up. Incoming ad break. I miss when the ad break colors were different colors based on what the ad break was and when it had happened. As they used to be, now they're all green. Why? Making little archery towers, or Marksdorf towers. So that I can create a easier to defend position. Beasts like that. It appears that my dwarves are hunting. Including my cave dragon, which is currently strangling a muskox with its right wing. It's got a chokehold on the muskox with its right wing, and it's strangling it. Usually I think it's just, like, pathing bugs and things getting stuck. But in this unique scenario, because those were dwarves from a previous fort that were not technically citizens of my fortress, that were all left on their lonesome, I think they actually deserted. Usually if people just mysteriously disappear, if you go look them up in Legends later, it says that they deserted and went and did something else if they didn't die. It's usually what it says, but it's hard to prove it usually, so it's generally just dismissed as a bug. Yes.
It's
Yes.
damn 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 DDD damn damn damn.
Damn. 58 months. Thanks for the 58th month of time spent. Now I'm in an ad break, so I gotta wait. Ow. All right, who remembers? I didn't hit it that hard, but I did. Doing all right, Darmond, in the YouTube chat. Sort of half working on a temple complex amongst other things. Oh, should probably open up these. This up here can go away. All of this can become deconstructed because most of the hospital stuff needs to move into here. This is the actually decent hospital. By that I mean extraordinarily wealthy hospital. I should probably get a squad training in here at some point. We're on the day. Yep, 4 times I've kicked my computer. My computer is now mounted from the bottom of my desk, which is great because it's no longer on the floor or no longer in a dusty like cupboard basically, and has better cooling. But it's also right where part of my leg goes sometimes. So even though it's not actually restricting my leg's movement, it is in a spot where I've bumped into it a couple times. All right. So this can become a tavern now. So what do I name the cultists' tavern? It's like naming a cop bar. It's like it's a cop bar. It's a cultists' tavern, you know? Uh-oh. It's probably just the hunters, but I hear fighting sounds. The bearded nipple. I beg your pardon. I don't know how I'm actually out of lead. That's kind of impressive. But I'm out of lead. So, I need to know. I melted down some minecarts, I think, that were full of lava. So there's 833 units of lava here that I'm presuming I can't do anything with. Can I tell them to throw it out, and will they carry it? I don't need to know anything about your nipples. So thanks for sharing. Can't believe that's something I had to say today. But, you know. So time for everything, I suppose. All right, Indiridius. Since we've learned how willing your people are to work with us here, you are going to go take over something for us. There's one. Menace walks. Conquer and occupy. Go get it. I don't welcome oversharers, actually. Final question. Can I time you out? And I'm also kidding, don't worry. But seriously though, I don't need to know anything about the status of your nipples. The bleeding cranberry. The orange Kool-Aid. The flapping pool noodle. It's terrifying, Mike, the information that you've discovered for us. Did they change the elves? They haven't liked shells since version 50, so since the Steam release. So yes, but that was a while ago. Got a lot of auto mining that we're going to be doing in a second here. Maybe not a lot, but at least some. Decent chunk. Going to allow the outsiders to go all the way out here. It's basically like they should be able to go anywhere but here, really. And then some parts of the fortress itself. But basically everything here down should be fine. You're a 47 native. Yeah, no, I mean... any animal product, elves won't like anymore. Trying to remember things. Getting into hell itself is very different now. Hey, chat, anybody else remember obvious changes? Stairs work differently. Yeah, there's definitely going to be some surprises. Goblins have bigger friends now, hence why I have dragons. You can't build walls out of... How are stairs different? I'm not going to answer that question. You can go look it up. It's the method of construction that's different. You can't build walls out of soap anymore. It's probably a good thing. You can't build walls out of charcoal anymore. You can build walls on floors. That's a good one. Like a really good one. Minecart tracks now don't need to be built individual track at a time. You can just click start location and they just do this. This is huge. It actually makes me use minecarts. Huh, that's strange. Couldn't tell you why. Pretty sure my channel isn't named that. Oh, the reason saves aren't compatible is trees are rendered differently and grow differently, which briefly led to some absolutely hysterical bugs. including trees growing upside down from floors, inverted, and also trees randomly appearing out of nowhere in midair and exploding. Which, I think that bug still happens sometimes. It also makes chopping down trees more dangerous again, because they were, like, not dangerous at all to chop down for a bit. But now, trees next to other trees can support trees, so if you chop down a tree that's supporting a tree, the tree that's being supported will explode, which can spontaneously kill a dwarf, which is fun. Which, actually, you know, there's some elements of realism there. If a tree is leaning on a tree, don't stand under it while you chop it down, I guess. Armor stands, or weapon racks and armor stands work now, sort of. Trying to think. What are other major changes? Nope. Let's say in tavern. No visitors. We'll bring the old school mass morass up here. And this tavern is going to be called the Snack of Painting. How about the Servant of... Servant of Blazing, yeah, definitely. Servant of Blade. Well, that could work. I mean, there was ways to mod that in, but I mean, obviously the whole UI is different. I'm just thinking of like more under the hood, less obvious stuff. There was music before Queen thing. What? There was a whole 5-minute long soundtrack. What are you talking about? There actually was. In fact, the main menu theme for Dwarf Fortress is a reimagined / remix / remaster, I guess, of the original Dwarf Fortress theme. Yeah. It's pretty good. Me like. But yeah, I can't think of anything else. There's definitely other things, though. But yeah, a lot of your knowledge is now null. You know, I streamed that version of the game not too long ago. Majestic in YouTube chat. They're talking about the old school 2-dimensional versions of Dwarf Fort. And I streamed that version at one point. Last year. Earlier this year? I think it was earlier this year. Or it was either the end of last year or earlier this year. Or maybe it was like sometime it might have actually been roughly a year ago. Specifically for like the game's anniversary. Oh yeah, you can resize stockpiles now. That's pretty major. You're finally getting used to it in now L4? Yeah. Took me like 10 hours, I would say, to get used to this version. From version 47. I use DF hack. Quit being a goddamn one of those. For fuck's sake. Stop it. I highly recommend that you stop telling every single fucking person on planet goddamn Earth to use DF hack. You're almost as bad as Arch Linux users. It's going to be on your goddamn gravestones when you use. By the way, you should use DFAC! You fly off a cliff because somebody just like Falcon punched you off the edge of the goddamn single flat map that is no fun, that everybody only plays in competitive Smash Brothers, and you'll just be like, use DFAC! Ah! I don't use the circle tool because I'm good at this video game. It's not cheating. Just stop asking me if I use it. And stop recommending I use it. I had DFHack running consistently for years. Like, literally. Years, man. But I digress. Also, there's no such thing as cheating in a single-player game. But yes, I don't play the game exactly the same way a lot of people who use DFHack do. I have all of the overlay features disabled because I find they take away from my experience quite a bit. I don't like the game being automated. I enjoy building fortresses. I enjoy managing my dwarves, and I don't enjoy the game telling me that and immediately informing me. For me, a lot of the fun of this game and the thing that hooked me on this game way back when is the fact that you don't know everything that's going on, and it surprises you when you discover what's been going on. And I find that when I have DFHack running and showing me all of those fancy dancy overlays, regardless of if they change the balance of the game or not, just knowing that there's a hostile unit on screen, just as an example, takes away from my experience because it tells me there is a thing that you need to be looking for. I would rather not know that that thing exists until dwarves start dying, because that's what I find fun about this game. If the game's just like spoon-feeding me the information, I might as well go play God of War or like, you know, another one of those games that has a talking side character that says, "Hey, have you tried pushing the rock over?" as you go to push over the rock over for the very easy bridge puzzle. Like, that's kind of the negative feeling that I get from it, which is why, yes, I use DFHack to debug the game when I run into issues, but no, I will not use DFHack the way that you use it. And a large part of the reason I didn't get into this game sooner, back in the day, or I had such a hard time getting into it, was every time I tried to get into it, people would be like, "Hey, Blind, you should use, when you download Dwarf Fort, you should use this thing." And it would give you DFHack, and it would give you Dwarf Therapist. And it would open 2 extra windows for the game. And it would make the game susceptible to crashing, significantly worse than it was before. There's all these like stories from back in the day about Dwarf Fortress being this very crashy game. The vast majority of the crashes were always caused by DFHack. Specifically, like, text will be text, and the graphical tile sets. And back in the day, I used to always refuse to use those because the only way I finally learned the game was just not using them. Like, did it make the game more convenient? Certainly. But the drawbacks were always there. And so I've played this game for the better part of the time that I've played this game without using those tools. And what I would do in version 47 is I would have 2 installs. I would have the main one, and then I would have the one with DFHack. So if like there was something obviously fucked with the main one, I would move the save file over and check. And I still kind of do that now, except just with the vast majority of the stuff disabled. So. Reminds you of Balance, such a fun game. Not familiar with the game. No problem, Lady Catitude. Happy they're helpful. Trying to use DFHack to extract the map so that you can automatically create a Doom map to play. Thinking to myself for a second, can't you just like... Oh, you mean like you want the map itself to be the same layout as Doom, not the Doom, not the overworld map? Because you can make the overworld map, but I don't know about the map itself. The kill animal ethic was bugged in 47. For which faction? Wait, is that why we were able to sell them, like, shells? Because that's funny if that's the case. Just trying to figure out what the context of this. Or what this is related to, conversation-wise. Huh. Alright. Cool. That's good to know. Yeah, I used to just sell elves, just metal crafts. And large gems. The immersion? I wonder if you could just... I mean, if you did it once and made a macro and then saved it, yeah, you could do it that way, but... Why Doom? Though. Sure. It puts a tune in your head. A tune that I hate, but it was in my head this morning for some unknowable reason. Games are severely lacking in good map builders these days, to be honest. It's like if you want to build things, you just have to play a game that all you do is build things. I'm trying really hard to not turn this into a stop killing video games discussion. Because I'm just like, yeah, you know, just like Ross being a bro for the game, for people who actually like games that aren't just, you know, wannabe MMOs. There's been some weird drama in that. Copper. So, it seems like Indiridius went and died. Because I didn't get a notice of him taking it over. Whoops. Well, that's a shame. I do, however, want to go train up these new dwarves. Let's send the Bloody Tusks over here. Good luck, Tun. Go raid Hillcurl. This is an elven location that's been taken over by goblins. He has a high master hammer dwarf and a legendary almost everything else. He's a talented ambusher. Should do okay, I think. Sorry up there, Belly Television. Sucks to be you there, dwarf. Man, Ton having to wear copper boots. That's disgusting. Should make some more iron gear for my dwarves. Counter-Strike had a really good map editor, map builder for the time? For the time, sure. I mean, I find hating Fortnite to be kind of counterproductive, to be honest with you. It's not a game for me. It's not a business model that I like. But there is part of me that is jealous of Fortnite. And what I mean by that is kids don't know how good they got it. Back in my day, I had to pay fuckloads of money for video games. My parents wouldn't let me play many video games. And the free-to-play options at the time were actually kind of worse when it comes to business model than Fortnite. And so truthfully, I'm a little jealous of Fortnite. Just a little bit jealous of Fortnite. I didn't really play, well, I didn't play, actually, TF2 until it went free to play. Because, while I had the orange box, I played Half-Life, and I played Portal. I didn't have a great internet connection at the time, so I just didn't really bother playing that game. By the time I got a good enough internet connection, it had already gone free to play. So, and also then I didn't like it, so instead I played Counter-Strike. Let's let this dwarf do some other tasks for a bit. Why are you reciting poetry up here? You know, I'm going to do this. Make a new burrow. And the leader is going to be allowed to go here, just in case they run out of food. And all the way across here. All the way down to there. And we're going to limit you to this. I want you to stay safe. And the other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go to here. And I'm going to say... So we're now up to 43 worshippers. 44, technically. Including the lady in charge. The other thing I need to do is I need to go down to here. And this, I'm going to get rid of. The crystalline tusk is no more. These are also no longer bedrooms or dormitories. These... Also, this area is no longer associated with that. These are now sleeping spots for my military. You have an uncle who Frankenstein's PCs together from spare parts? Aw, rest in peace. No, this is the Dwarf Fortress OST. I don't listen to other soundtracks while streaming. Just Dwarf Fortress. Which means... ideally, this tavern should start filling up pretty soon. I'll just simply remove these from the burrow when the next siege arrives. Got magnetite apparently, as well as galena ore that's appearing. We're getting that lead and iron again. Seems good. We're in an ad break, so we'll pause. That's not normal. Magical Goth Girl. Are you using a lot of mods? Is Dwarf Fortress crashing after 2 years? You should report those bugs. That needs to be fixed. That's bad. Because that's not normal. Dwarf Fortress, like, doesn't crash for me normally. If it's crashing, it means something is really wrong. And I need to fix it. Drunk driver pulled out in front of them and they swerved into a ditch and he rolled the truck. Oh boy, that sucks. I Frankenstein old audio gear together, like tape decks and Walkmans and audio recorders and stuff like that, but I don't really have enough computer parts to Frankenstein old PCs, and I'm not like close to a university or something that would throw out PCs like that. Plus, they don't really do that anymore. Apparently, my Legend of Archcrystal video has started getting views again. Interesting. Not a ton, but some. Proxa. Any beardless dwarf. Does niche work for you? Yeah, I mean, now it's hard to even get that stuff in thrift stores. I found a power supply the other day in a thrift store, but I don't trust power supplies. Just making sure that they have access to food is all. Yeah, there's lots of people keeping things like Ski Free alive and well. I mean, heck, if you can still play Roll Cage, of course you can still play Ski Free. People played and remember Ski Free. Proxa. She is bashful, and she is confident under pressure, after receiving justice through a criminal's conviction in 374. She's not the type to fall in love, and she rarely develops positive feelings, and she is assertive and given to flights of fancy. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she has a calm demeanor. She is quick to form negative views about things, and she does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. Her hands move frantically when she's trying to remember something, and she points her finger when she's angry. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. And she's currently eating a meal. She personally believes that self-mastery and the denial of impulses are the highest ideals, and views loyalty unfavorably and respects power, and doesn't care about nature one way or another, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. She likes nickel and lapis lazuli, the color plum, bucklers, and the words of the mindful saffron. When possible, prefers to consume apricot and blueberries, and absolutely hates slugs. She worships Ugath and has one friend who's one of my military dwarves named Rolf, who I currently can't check on. The game is saving. I played Duke Nukem in like 2014, the first one, for the first time. Not a long time ago. I completely missed that one. I also didn't play Doom until way later either. Doom's okay. It's a time and place thing, I think. I was more of a Age of Empires and Civilization kid in SimCity. No, I know what it was, like the original 2D things for Duke Nukem 3D. Oh, I played a good amount of Commander Keen. That's some gamer cred. I played through the first 2 episodes of Commander Keen. Hope this squad comes back. I'll be sad if they don't. No, but the original Duke Nukem wasn't a first-person shooter. The original Duke Nukem was a platformer with guns, like Contra, like I said. Yeah, same with Wolfenstein. The original Wolf was not a. Okay. Yeah, the original Wolfenstein was the same way. There's a reason they're called 3D, right? It's because that was them in their first iteration of being 3D. I know that you guys are talking about this, but there was games that came before Wolfenstein 3D, but anyway, whatever. That's not the point I'm making. Do not have it too good? Mate, you couldn't be more wrong. Shovel plow. Video games are more accessible and actively acquirable than ever. And if you want games that play like those games, there's people right now making like old id Tech engine games that you can go play for free. Like, and RuneScape used to be a mud. What's your point, Fraga? This fortress is weirdly unique where I'm expelling like 90% of them because I'm building a cult. But no, not usually. Sometimes I will. You can go into the settings and change the numbers of migrants that can come in. Or the total number of dwarves that can be in a fort, rather. Is the better way to explain it. But this particular fort, I'd be much happier if I had like 200 dwarves. That would be great. But I don't, unfortunately. Just making sure that none of my military dwarves own a dragon. Because hunting dragons won't leave the map. Doesn't look like it. So we should be good. Oh, it's not that. You'd say that there's a double-edged sword in that argument, too. It seems a lot of game devs don't have the same love of games as they did back then. I don't know how to argue against this argument because your argument is purely based in nostalgia here. And nostalgia is extraordinarily irrational and illogical. So all I will say is I couldn't disagree more with your statement. As somebody who works in this industry and actively talks to game developers and goes to events and participates in the press of covering games, you could not be more wrong. If you're talking about mainstream game development, you also could not be more wrong. The only portion that I think that your argument is true is for the big CEOs running companies like EA Games or Ubisoft. But people care just as much about games. The difference is back in the day, the AAA, the high end, the big budgets was like 8 guys in a basement barely paying for food and eating cup noodles, right? Whereas now that's the indie stuff. You have to dig for that stuff. The difference in the industry now versus then is there's big budget games that are blockbuster tier. It's like saying film stopped being good when they got color. But even then, films had budgets, right? So I think that you are just looking at one portion of the industry and attributing that to the entirety of the industry. Because we've largely democratized the ability to make games, and anybody with 15 minutes of free time and an internet connection can download Godot and start working on something. I think you're missing the fact that there is more games than ever, and you're just letting the kind of bad examples float to the top. So I think you're extraordinarily wrong. And if you're talking about games like first-person shooters, as an example, go look at what the guys over at New Bloods are doing and tell me that they don't fucking love video games. You know, the developer who made Dusk, one dude, puts out a game every 6 months for fun that he doesn't even sell. He just puts it up on itch. Very few people play them. Dude loves video games. Try and tell me with a straight face that the founders of the studio that made Nuclear Throne, which I'm blanking the name of the actual studio, Vlambeer, that was it. Try and tell me that Rami Ishmael of Vlambeer doesn't like video games. You know, I barely can play any of the games that New Bloods put out, but holy shit, I respect the hell out of them. Like, they're borderline unplayable for me. So, yes, we have CEOs that suck. You are correct. And I think that your argument is very, very, very accurate to the top of the highest of budgets. But that kind of business existed in the 90s too. It was just not as visible, right? And your argument isn't incorrect if that's all that you're talking about, is the top of the top and the highest of high budget. Like, if all you're talking about is like the Far Cry franchise, yeah, no, you're right. You're right. I feel bad for the people who work on those games on a good day because they put together interesting stories for this very boring framework that they have to abide by, and then it's gutted by their marketing. I've heard stories about scripts that were supposed to make their way into Far Cry games that didn't. So no, totally. I mean, like, it's very easy to look at franchises like Blizzard. Sorry, I realize there's a siege on my screen and I'm just ignoring it. I realize that it's very easy to point at companies like Activision Blizzard and just be like, yeah, you've just like fucked Diablo into oblivion. But, you know, we all know that Diablo 2 is the best Diablo game, and nobody who made Diablo 2 still works on Diablo, right? But this is also like, we're within... I can't remember when Baldur's Gate came out last year, right? So we're within a 2-year window of Baldur's Gate 3 releasing. If you're telling me that there's developers out there that don't like video games, I want to smoke what you're smoking because it must be fun. Because, like, geez. You know, we live in an era, like, even like fucking RimWorld, the game that you mentioned that you've been playing a lot of, it's like, that was made by Tynan Sylvester, a guy who I have questions about a lot of his ethics, but, like, he, at the same time, worked at Irrational, He worked on the worst BioShock game, BioShock Infinite. He was a level designer on the worst BioShock game. That game released and he got laid off. So he went and started fucking around with other things because he had a severance check, right? We live in a world where a guy from Vancouver and a dude in Germany who didn't even meet or speak over any kind of voice text for 3 years can kickstart and release a spiritual successor to Roller Coaster Tycoon, and it fucking rocks. We live in that era. And it sold well. Like, we live in an era where if you want a city builder, like 6 came out in the last year that are great. And I remember sitting around and like being sad that like, well, SimCity is dead. And the next best thing I got is like Cities XL. Remember that pile of dog shit? I think it's just easier to see the crappy games. And there is, I think Goth Girl there nailed something on the head, which is there is a culture in the games industry, and this sucks, and it's hard to say sometimes for some, or hard to hear for some people. It's very easy to hate game developers for people who play video games. And it's also very, very, very easy to hate games press. And then at the same time, people complain, I never get excited about games anymore. I don't have anywhere to find new interesting games. And there's too many games coming out. And all of the Ubisoft releases suck. And it's like, okay, so you hate game developers. Cool. And you also hate games press. So you don't read games press. You think they're all biased. Okay, fine, whatever. And so all you get is what streamers are playing. Well, what's popular? The stuff that's big. Right? This is a problem that I run into. Because what's popular? What are people looking for? Well, I can sure as fuck tell you that they are not looking for, you know, I'm just going to go grab the game that I streamed on Friday. I can sure as fuck tell you they're not looking for Approaching Infinity, a game that the developer was so ecstatic that I wrote about it in my tiny little blog that I do, like, as a side hustle thingy. He was so ecstatic about it, he literally, like, stuck it in his devlogs. Like, this is a guy that's been working on this game for, like, 12 years or something. It was started for $8,000, and that was enough for him to take a chunk of time and commission a bunch of art and work on his little sci-fi universe. And it's kind of awesome, and I would like to play more of it. And I'm just rambling at this point. What am I talking about? Right, we should deal with this siege. That points back to what we both said. A lot of good stuff is ruined by the big companies for pushing things in games that gamers don't generally want without restraints from the board, and they make masterpieces, which is why this is literally the best time. Like, there is an argument to be made right now. Okay, so chat room, what was the best year in history for video games? Genuine question. What year do you think was the best year in video games? Because largely, if you go to Classic Games Press, they will say 1994 or 98, I think. Wait, hold on. Let me double check this. Yeah, 1998. The year StarCraft and Half-Life came out is largely what is like referred to as the best year in video games. Like if I just go to this list here and say games released in 1998. There's a Wikipedia page here that I'm looking for. 1998 in video games. Let's see. Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, Tekken 3, Half-Life, Metal Gear Solid, Grim Fandango, Resident Evil 2, Street Fighter Alpha 3, Banjo-Kazooie, Thief, Baldur's Gate, Link's Awakening, a bunch of soccer games I don't know, Xenogears, Crash Bandicoot, Abe's Exodus, one of the Oddworld games, Battlezone, Railroad Tycoon 2, an actually pretty good FIFA game, Caesar 3, the original Unreal, NHL 99, a game I love. I fucking love NHL 99. That's a great game. Need for Speed Hot Pursuit, which is the third Need for Speed game back when they were good. Star Siege fucking Tribes. Sonic. Hold on. What? What year was that? I see. We had like the Sony PlayStation. We had Nintendo Game Boy and Game Boy Color. There's Pokemon games, GoldenEye. Yeah, it's like arguably that was the best year in video games. But then if you go and look at games that released in 2024, you know, I think we may have actually beaten it. The problem is there is a really big list of video games released in 2024. Oh, sorry, 2023, not 2024. Of course, the list is way longer. Did you know that they released an EverQuest 2 expansion pack and EverQuest 1 expansion pack in 2023? Huh, I didn't. But you know, we also got trash fires like the Crew Motorfest. But even just like Baldur's Gate 3. There is this Stars in Time for 2023, your new favorite game ever. I've never even heard of that. Like somebody can pop up into my chat for the first time and say a game that I've never heard of, and it's my job to stare at this shit and say it's the best game ever. You know? Like that is why we live in potentially the best era for video games. Because I can sit here and have like 200 people watching me stream while I'm just staring at Wikipedia and just kind of amazed, actually, you know, at how many incredible games release every year now. Like, we are spoiled for choice to the point where we think it's bad. It's kind of crazy. And I hear kind of a lot of discussions about how, not that games are bad now, it's that we have the opposite problem of scarcity. We have too much access, almost, where because there is so many options, right? Best year is subjective, right? It's a personal thing. But I'm trying to not be subjective here. I have no idea what... Oh, wait, Dark Wizard, right. That this thing? Nope. Okay. Somebody made a definitely not Philips CDI game for Steam relatively recently. I'm trying to think of the name of it. I don't know. We live in a year where Cogmind can exist. You know? But there's so many games that, you know, somebody who doesn't know what they're looking for just kind of goes here and goes, all right, well, what's the top selling? Oh, Borderlands 2, that must be good. Borderlands 2 is a great game. God forbid they end up playing Counter-Strike. We'll never see them again. You know, RimWorld's up there. That's deserving. Stardew Valley's incredible. So yeah, like, even if you just go to Steam and you search by top sellers, like, odds are pretty good you're going to find something good. You totally quit Counter-Strike. I'm proud of you. I'm glad that you're now clean. You heard maybe one or two games that you like? Sure, totally. And that is okay. You can have the subjective opinion, ice hockey player, that 1998 wasn't a good year for video games. But there is something that you can't deny, which is the importance of the year 1998 for video games. How many major industries started because of games released in 1998? If Half-Life didn't exist, would this? If Unreal didn't exist, I don't like Unreal. I think Unreal is kind of a terrible video game. But like, if Unreal didn't exist, would the Unreal Engine exist? And regardless of what you think about Fortnite and fuck Tim Sweeney. I don't like the guy. He bought and sold Bandcamp. Fuck the guy. Regardless of what you think of Epic Games as a company, you cannot deny the importance of the Unreal Engine. You simply can't. It is what it is. Bandcamp got tripped a while ago, yeah. Fortunately, Bandcamp's has a union, so they were because you could go look it up, but yeah, no, they Epic Games bought Bandcamp and then sold it to a holdings company, which sucks. WoW at 15 years old is hard to beat too. I was never allowed to play World of Warcraft because my parents said it was too expensive. And you know what? They did me a favor, I think. Is the only thing you like about that company? There's been eras where I've liked Epic as a studio. There's been eras. You have to look into it after work. Yeah, it was pretty quiet news. Well, they bought it because they wanted to use it as a music licensing platform for Fortnite. I shit you not. And yeah, that didn't end up happening. I grew up a Mormon, so it was the devil. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, I grew up Christian too, so we weren't allowed to do a lot of things because my mom was afraid that other parents would judge us, which is kind of funny. Which I found out later, which is like, yeah, I didn't let you have any of that stuff because I was scared that like other parents would like chastise you. I was like, so I wasn't allowed to play Halo because you thought some old lady would be mad. Grumbles. Sweeney hates Gabe Newell so much. It's kind of sad.
He has a sword.
There's very few things in my adult life that entertains me more than extraordinarily rich, like middle to like late middle-aged men in positions of extraordinary power being exceptionally petty. It's like, oh right, they're human too. This siege might just leave. Yep. Oh shit. Right. I stole that axe a while ago. I like that I've killed enough of the goblins now that they're arriving injured. So there is a goblin thief here who's dying to this stray cave dragon. Not even a war dragon, just a cave dragon. Which is certainly not being nice to this goblin. The stray cave dragon claws the goblin thief, tearing the muscle and bruising the middle spine's bone through the cotton shirt. The stray cave dragon grabs the goblin thief by the upper leg with his left wing. The stray cave dragon bends the goblin thief with his left wing, and the hip collapses. You ain't going anywhere there, goblin. The goblin loses hold of a leather bag, which is made of hamsters. Not giant hamster, just... Oh, no, it is a giant hamster. I'm mistaken. And Nox, thank you very much for the $1 for the on-screen celebration. That is the second dollar in bits I've made today. And the dragon now has the name Jumpgate. Shame it's not Splitgate. Now the question is, where's the other goblin? Isn't there two? Well, I guess not. Human counselors arrived.
7 cheered. X100. More bits.
Thanks for the second round of bits on the day. Yeah, this is, you know, ironically, the YouTube channel is doing better right now than it's done just about ever, or at least in the last year. And the Twitch channel has been performing worse in the last, like, 3 weeks than it has all year, which is kind of funny. It's weird how that works. These are not dragons. These are cave dragons. Dragons, yes, you can, but good luck getting a breeding pair. Cave dragons don't breathe fire. They just claw and bite. They're like giant lizards. They're like giant cave lizards, basically. It's like having a bunch of giant animals running around. Thanks for the $3.
Nictus of the Mafia cheered. X300. This can be fixed.
I mean, I'm doing okay. Don't worry about me too much. Worry about me a little, and, like, you know, maybe throw a prime at me, or, you know, give some subs if you can afford them. Put some bits or something. But, like, you know, I'll be okay. Well, I don't think you're wrong though, Shovel Plow. Like, there is definitely, like, elements of what you're saying that's accurate, right? Like, and that I think is the most important thing to remember, is, like, there is absolutely, like, elements of the game industry that are, like, you know, it's just big business now, right? You got Prime on a different email? Can't you still link the two accounts together, though? You got recommended to your channel, like, not even a month ago, and I think it's because that you were binging RimWorld. It's funny, because, like, I haven't played RimWorld since 2018, really. Can a dwarf kill a dragon? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Cave dragon or normal dragon. Dwarves are the strongest individual soldiers in the game, so... Ranger Rick is stumbling around obliviously once again. The bloody tusks have returned. I was just starting to get worried.
Alfie Bean cheered. X100. Let's go.
Well, I'll tell you this. 1% of my YouTube audience is below the age of 18. There is a higher percent of my YouTube audience that is above the age of 65. Thanks for the $1, Elfie. It's a very, very small hype train. It's got a ways to go. All right, so the Iron of Power attacked the celebrated malice of the National Nightmare at Hillcurl, and the dwarf Ton Sideburns led the attack, and the defenders were led by the elf Osno Oiled Lies. I guess those lies slide out real easily because they're all oily. I mean, you're right in the general age category. The most common age on all of my stats is 20 to, it's like 20 to 40, basically. It's like that window is the vast majority of my audience.
X100. Chat. Check your primes.
Sorry if I'm being a bit pessimistic, Elfie, but thank you for your optimism. It would be nice to be above 800 subs again, but, you know. The human Spoken Clans was struck down by one of my dragons. This is why it took them so long, is because they brought dragons. Osta Clam was beaten by Clamgilt, and then Calvin Clamgilt took out that elf. So even though these are goblin-owned locations, they have a lot of elves. Elf Bolsa was struck down.
Cheered. X500. Crypt Beer.
Another elf was struck down by the dwarf Cattle. Elf Mata was struck down by Sideburns. Thanks, Space Potato. Hated Mean is the name of an elf. Niglusu Hated Mean. That is a goblin name.
X320. I have to make the thing say 420 Crypt Beer, Crypt Beer, Crypt Beer, Crypt Beer.
Well, you said 320, so we got a number off somewhere. Space Potato, thanks for the $5. Nox, thanks for the $3.20. And Magical Goth Girl, thanks for the three months of subscription. Oh, total bits. Okay, gotcha. And then final elf was struck down by a cave dragon named Rith Cudgel Beauty in Hillcurl. And we didn't get any loot or anything from them. But they also didn't seem too strong. Nope, nope, you do actually have the credit. There it is. Astruck Evil Snail. That's a funny name. I'm going to go to work animals here. That's interesting. When you assign them to a dwarf, they're automatically assigned as hunting. I wonder why that is. It's okay. Can do that. Mebzith is back too. Hated mean. And the humans have arrived to trade. As the diplomats wait. Morning, Zemo. And thank you very much for leveling up that hype train chat. It's greatly appreciated. I think I might move the killing chamber to in here instead of up here. This is just a little awkward to get to. I mean, this whole fortress is going to become a giant, like, what's the word? Video similar to the way Godly Tombs did. It's just going to take a little bit. Okay, well, I can go here. Let's type in the word X. Also going to turn off all the burrows temporarily. You know, I'm just going to sell everything that is damaged. Don't care if it's made of iron or not. If it's damaged, it goes, except for maybe the high boots. Those have enough metal that I'd like to melt those down. Let's do all that. And like totems. Peregrine Falcon Totem. That's pretty rad. Sorry, I've got 70 Beak Dog Totems. That's why I have Bone Crafters, guys. I'm just like making totems from skulls as they become available. It's a lot of items. All right, let's just go to here and just turn off all the burrows. Do you have a way to make dwarves clean stuff up? Oh, I got lots of ways. But you have to be a little bit more direct with that. What do you mean? You're talking about like vomit? Snatchers? Think of the childs. I don't know which direction they're headed. There they are. Running into the fortress. They're terrified while in conflict and immediately turn around and run away. Well, there goes at least one. Ozud. And I think that's all of them, probably. I didn't see them, unfortunately. Yeah, I think that's all of them. And chat room, thank you very much for the little hype train. For the $16 in bits and the individual subscription. Thank you much, chat. I do greatly appreciate it. Yeah, I guess we'll find those bodies later. I don't know where they ended up. Oh, there they are. I'm sure that's great for everybody's morale. Just, you know, running past a obliterated goblin corpse. But when it comes to damaged clothing, I got this, which throws out all low-quality clothing, although, you know, that'll just get sold, but the stuff that just gets left in here that isn't high quality, that isn't Masterworks, just goes down here into there automatically. It's pretty good. It's also pretty easy to set up. They become snacks, more like. The elephant tender meets with the human chancellor, and they say, "Greetings, noble dwarf. There's much to discuss. What a pleasant place you've carved out for yourselves. We have some information to share, and they've given us some rumors and news." Let's see what's going on. We can get some general vibes of the place. Okay. Apparently, Strogat became the overlord of the Society of Brothers. Must be some sort of, like, criminal group. And this is now a human forest retreat. And that's... Stozu Hate Cruelty became the first aquamarine of the True Faith, replacing Gunnin Shelter authors. Okay, I don't know any of those people, but I'm sure that could be interesting, potentially. I don't see anybody attacking anybody. Nothing exciting in that regard. Found a human camp of Cloudy Hedge. A bunch of camps have been revealed to me. Hell Fight! I think I've seen that one before. That's a good one. It's Goblin Camp. Bunch of discussions about local stuff down in these places. Lots of hamlets. Looking for any names I recognize, which every now and again I do. Not a ton going on there. And these guys can just go back to whatever they were doing. Yeah, as long as you make it with a refuse pile, then they'll only put damaged clothing there. So it's only unclaimed clothing that is damaged that goes in there. And I restrict it so that stuff I don't want to get thrown away doesn't, right? And as far as blood and gore goes, if they're not cleaning up blood, just put an empty stockpile on it. And then they'll consider it an area that needs to be cleaned, and then they'll clean it, inside or outside. That would be you know, we're talking about themed forts. You know what I might actually install a mod for at some point? I was thinking about this the other night because I think it might actually be worth it. Is at some point, probably not the next couple forts because I do have ideas, but at some point when I need content and I run out of ideas, what if we just like installed that mod that made carps murder again? Just like allow the carp to kill again and just play like a weird one-off fortress that's full of carp and just scream in terror. Just make like a very short fort, like kind of slasher film out of it. No, I already know what I'm doing for Halloween, which is why I say it's going to be... For Halloween, I'm going to... I mean, maybe that could be the evil ending to this fort. I don't know. But what I want to do for Halloween is I want to do what I did last year, which is don't memorialize any bodies and start on a really mean evil biome. So basically, it's like it's a matter of time before the ghosts just take over. There used to be a bug with Carp Zombie where anything that was swimming would just get infinite strength generation. So eventually they become they'd gain unlimited strength, and yeah, they would drown if they were out of the water, but they'd get strong enough eventually that they could just like run all the way across the map and insta-gib a dwarf. But yeah, not memorializing the dead is fun. Yeah, it was sort of like the Gandhi bug in Civ, except with fish. It was an it's one of those bugs that's legendary because of how hysterical it is, but not because it was fun at the time. It was like game breaking, but very funny at the very least. One of my favorite more recent game breaking bugs for Dwarf Fortress was like child mind control, because essentially what happened was children, Tarn did something. He made it so that enemies could attack you with mounts, right? You know how when enemy sieges arrive, it's usually just like a bunch of goblins and then sometimes goblins and beak dogs, and they're on the beak dogs, right? Same with humans. Like they'll ride the animals in. That's all well and good, and the game's done that for a while, but Tarn added mounts in adventure mode. Now, what that did was it gave the player control over the animal that they were riding, right? Which is fine on its surface, right? But the reason this is not fine is because the way that works is the game has two independent brains, so it basically made the person who was on the mount takes control, basically, instead of the person riding the mount. So the mount gets control, and in adventure mode, this would be the player character taking over, right? In fortress mode, nobody noticed because, like, initially, because enemy armies would still arrive and the mounts would still move towards, because the AI for beak dogs is the same as AI for goblins. Although it does make it easier to spook them and make goblins surrender, because beak dogs are very easily startled. Like, if you kill a bunch of them all at once, sometimes they'll just run away for seemingly no reason because they all panic. But I'm doing all right, Psychon. Hope you're doing all right as well. But when it comes to changing the AI, there is another instance of a character mounting another character. And the one on top driving is a problem. That's when a mother carries her baby around. So basically, baby AI in Dwarf Fortresses walk in circles and starve to death. Don't attend to any of your needs, just walk in circles until you die. And this was before the Orderlies rework for version 50, so essentially what would happen is when a mother would give birth to a baby, they would just like become a zombie and just like stumble around until they'd starve to death. So the only way you could fix this is by pasturing or burrowing babies onto food stockpiles. And then if mom just happened to be above a pot that had food in it, then she'd be fine. Or you could like force them to like drop the baby and then pasture or burrow the baby on a stockpile and then separate mom from them, but that would fuck your frame rate. So I did the logical thing that everybody would do, which is expelled everybody with children and then turned on dwarven contraception, which basically makes it impossible for dwarves to get pregnant, and just subsisted off of just like migrant waves for like the week that it took for that bug to get fixed. That one never got any press, really, even though I think it's like kind of just as funny as a lot of the legendary ones. I don't know, I'm not a parent, can you tell? You pasture your babies when you put them in a playpen, right? Parents in the chat, please sound off and tell me how wrong I am. I want to get this metal out of here. There's magnetite up there, and more magnetite over there. I'm not a parent, but you think I'm right. Lucky amateur's guess, I suppose. Probably not. I'm probably just going to give them a shit ton of value. Just not worry about it too much. Like, I think there's honeybee venom in there. I don't actually need that. There's milk, wine, milk, berry milk, milk. Okay, we'll make cheese. I kind of want those large gems. I know you guys can't see the revenue, but let's just say that I've got lots and lots of money, so money isn't really a problem. They brought turbans? Of course they're large. I can't even wear them. Shame. Truly. Buy the fish, why not? Food variety, good. And the cheese, even though we're going to make some. Also buy those fancy spikes. They can go with my less fancy spikes. I'll buy all of those books. I'll buy that altar. And I'll buy that one scroll that they brought. And that's it. Where your tavern keeper would go around pouring drinks on people's throats. That is not... Well, that is still in the game. That isn't even a bug. That's just the way tavern keepers work. Let's just say that dwarves in Dwarf Fortress don't obey the legal limit for drinking. And if they see somebody sleeping, they presume thirsty. Was a pasture-raised kid come back by the time the streetlights are on, or if you're bleeding? That's a valid reason to go home. I don't need any seeds. We've got everything that we need right now. I'm at the point where I can just buy things for vanity's sake, which is why I don't sell meals, because it's too easy. Is there a legal limit if they don't drive? Death, I would say. Besides, I feel like these dwarves would just have like a blood alcohol content problem all the time. Yeah, okay, so dwarves dwarves do not care about other creatures' physical limitations on the amount of alcohol consumed. We're on the same page now? I kind of want to go to war with these humans. What faction are these guys with? Confederation of Matching, eh? Could just go kill those camps. So this is the Impervious Confederation. That's very far away from me. This is the Confederation of Matching. This is the Kingdom of Myth. And I want to attack Portal Den. That or Weak Stolen. I'm just scared to. Specifically because my military has animals. If they didn't, then attacking these things would be a lot more reasonable. The Tomb of Bake Skulls. The Sun Sets on Fool actually sounds like a real book. Going all in? Good luck! I have faith in you, Laya. What's even funnier is, like, the tavern keeper, if they drown somebody with drinks, will literally just then go and run around and go, oh no, somebody died! And they won't get blamed for it, which I think is hysterical. The Plain Evil. All right, Bloody Tusks, let's go piss off some more goblins. Except we're going to send you with a couple extra dragons for good measure. So, Sideburns and his army of 19 dragons are going after some goblins. Well, best of luck with your with your silly investments that do not actually have any real world currency value. I really wish I could actually clean all this stuff up. Oh, those are upright spears. It's like, why can't I use those spears? Right, well... How about I sell weapons? Like... Pike. And you know what? I'll sell these whips. I'm not going to use the whips. I'm using my hammers, damn it. Sell these maces. Keep the silver ones. Sell the halberds. Sell the halberds. Sell the two-handed swords. The mauls. The axe. The great axe. Scourges. Flails. More flails, more earning stars. I had one dwarf get real good with the scimitars. We'll keep the scimitars, but everything else we can get rid of. Out of your failed investment hole from the past 2 weeks? There you go. Look at all those wins. Crypt as in it's worthless? Let's just do leather. If it's in a bin, we're good. Because I'm like making no clothing out of leather whatsoever. Oh my god. There's so many random different kinds of leather boots. These were all brought by goblin armies. All of them. Oh, I see. There's flooring here. So I guess what I'm going to do is this. This is the most I have sold in a long time. Like, this is a ridiculous amount of stuff that I'm selling. But there is something truly satisfying about that many dwarves running to and from one spot. So how many dragons are actually on the map right now? Because they should, in theory, be leaving the map. But they're all too busy sitting on their eggs, so I'm going to go over here and do this. I'm sorry. I mean, no, I'm not actually. Because most of these should be doing this. The problem is they keep getting distracted by these random muskoxes. So dragon murders muskox. And then dragon goes back to leaving the map. You know, because that's how dragons work. Yeah, I heard that too. I'll check that in a sec. Alrighty, dragon. These guys are really delaying my ability to murder the enemy because they keep getting distracted by random, like, animals outside. That, or I just pretty severely fucked up. Well, here's hoping they come back. I'm in an ad break. Oh, pause. Yeah, another really fun way to build a fort is to just not, or settle somewhere that has no weaponable metal, and then don't let yourself melt stuff. Basically like a no anvil run, so the only stuff you can use is used. Can I read a brain dead comment out loud that makes my brain hurt a little bit? Chat? I'm just gonna read it. The storyteller AI of Dwarf Fortress is basically Randy Random on from RimWorld if he was so high that he just wouldn't care about the consequences anymore. At all. So what do we have here for this 19 population fortress? As a first encounter. An ancient beast shaped like a llama? And it breathes spiderwebs? Shit, that's good stuff. Mate. You do realize that one, that couldn't happen because you don't get any, like, mega beasts until you have at least 20 dwarves. So that's the first thing. Well, actually. And then the second thing is, like, well, that's your fault for settling next to one. You should have explored the area first in adventure mode. Also, there really isn't a storyteller AI nonsense. Like, that's like the most RimWorld-ass RimWorld thing that you could say. That doesn't exist. It's just the world operates based on what's available to it. What's close by. What's in the vicinity. So if you explore it first, you could actually, like, predict which creatures are going to attack you first based on who's closest. Which I actually think is kind of rad, personally. Fucking love that stuff. Notice the beast after it ate one? Probably. Yeah, I try my best to not use arrows, specifically because dwarves can't make arrows, YouTube chat. That just used Dwarf Fortress logic? Literally nothing would happen because the world is empty. Well, the only things that could attack you then would be enemy camps or, like, town locations that are within proximity that have ethics that are different from your faction. So, like, nothing would happen because there's nothing in the world that would make it interesting. Train on screen? What, the caravan going by? Stuff's kind of cool. I like it a lot. We're going to start bringing the dwarves back inside. By the way, this just makes them spend their time within the burrow. This allows them to leave the burrow to get materials for in the burrow. Nobody seems to know what those two buttons do. Sniper, how have you been? How's the great open ocean been? Assuming you're still in that gig. Because I think you were, last time I checked. Let's just make sure that this is available, which it is not. So essentially, I'm going to go dig out around the top of this. Don't know what I'm actually going to do with it, but I'm sure we'll find something. So, how long do you get to be at home, Sniper? I hope it was a good 7 months. Has it really been 7? I guess, yeah, it has been. It was like back in January or whatever that you said that you were leaving. Don't know how deep this one's going to go. Probably not much deeper. Yeah, these are very small magnetite clusters. Oh. Kosoth, the weaponsmith, is created. Oh, God. A sneezing fit. Wait. A little mooser. Yeah, I know. Kabul Vasuth. An iron short sword. And offers it to the trampled machine. Are you? So this dwarf is interesting. They were passing acquaintances with a bunch of my previous dwarves. Is a citizen of Iron of Power. Worships a deity that doesn't have a religion associated with it. And is also a former member of the Rooms of Sacrifice, which is another local faction. I'm going to give this dwarf citizenship. You are now a servant of Yugath, my good dwarf. She dreams of mastering a skill, too. She sees concealment of emotions as a betrayal and tries her best to never associate with such secretive fools. She would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder, and finds moderation and self-control to be very important, and finds romance distasteful. She is prone to strong feelings of lust and strongly prefers discussion and ideas of abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues, tends to be a little wasteful in working on projects, and generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. And she is conflicted by this, as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and she is comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. I kind of want to give this dwarf a nickname. Not after a viewer, though, just... How's the dwarfing? Pretty damn good. I released a full-length movie. Well, almost a full... It's almost 90 minutes. That's a full-length movie. If Commando's a full-length movie, then my YouTube video is almost a full-length movie. Called I Played the Worst Map in Dwarf Fortress History, because I played the worst map in Dwarf Fortress History. It's maybe an exaggeration, but find me a YouTube video that's doing well that doesn't have an overly exaggerated title these days. Goretusk, it's good to see you. Hope you've been well. I'm thinking maybe. I mean, they're a legendary weaponsmith. We don't really have many main characters in this fort. Which is kind of why I'm thinking. Just found the video like an hour ago, and now you're here. Well, welcome. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking, is because, like, it's one, yeah, it certainly is, it's up there, if nothing else. I mean, just ask some of the people in chat. I was kind of conflicted as to whether or not I should call it that when I was naming it, but... An acorn flies for their deafening buzz. That's a new one. I've never seen that before. She likes acorn flies for their deafening buzz. She prefers to consume cave swallow. Just like live uncooked cave birds. Feature length. I mean, that's the word I was looking for that I couldn't find. Likes acorn flies for their deafening buzz, hates house flies for their lack of deafening buzz, I guess? I'm thinking, okay, here's kind of my pitch. What if this person is like... Man, their artifact's name is Gleeful Knower, the Sparkle of Squares. I need like an antagonist, basically, because little bit of spoilers here. For the next big video, what I'm going to try and do with this fort is it's going to be a lot of jump cuts, a lot of like 5 years past kind of deal. And then the final act is going to be where the majority of the footage is going to be from, I think. Like, there's a few moments that I've got down in my notes of, like, areas that I want to highlight, but I need an antagonist. Like, or not an antagonist. I need, if, like, the cult are the main characters, right? Then I need somebody to push back. Detesting? Well, FYI, the wiki's out of date. Also, are you on the correct era of the wiki? Also, you should edit the wiki because it's wrong, apparently. She had an intellectual discussion. Bird eater? It's either that or Buzz Liker. Buzz Lightyear! That's a unique and original name. Bird eater ain't bad. But like chicken is bird. I did in fact have a Queen Gorlak once, yes. That is what I'm doing, yes. Blazing Iceberg. We could call her Eater. Why don't we just call her Bird? Because of her love of cave swallows. Not to be confused with Budgie. And she made a sword. An iron sword. What if we call this... The Archpriest. You be lurking? What kind of dwarf would you like? I think she is going to start her own squad when they get back. And her squad is going to be... And she's going to be assigned her own weapon that she made. That's what I think. That's what I think. Got any doctors or military? I have melee, or I have Mark's dwarves currently, which are these dwarves. Most of my military squad is off-screen. For doctors, I have 1, 2 unnamed ones. Apparently they're recovering wounded. We have wounded. Excuse me? No health problems. Got it. Well, Stone Grip don't appear to be the happiest doctor. For doctors, I got 1 lady doctor who's unnamed. and I think that's it. I don't think there's any others. Yeah. I could add more doctors if you want, though. Like, does anybody here strike your fancy? This is why I don't fish very often, Cable Hue. That's why I don't. I be lurking. Is a fortress doctor. She's a member of the Doctrine of Fortresses, so she is a heretic. She almost never feels discouraged and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. She wishes this were not the case, as she considers altruism foolish. She greatly is moved by art and natural beauty, and is troubled by this, since she dislikes the natural world. She is quick to anger, and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She often feels lustful and occasionally overindulges, and tends to consider what others think of her. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. She dreams of raising a family, and personally thinks that the concept of neatness, or the concept of sacrifice, is truly disgusting. Thinks that the quest for knowledge is a delusional fantasy, and she values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. And she does not really value skills related to fighting. She likes saltpeter and the sound of the silky embrace and the sight of the sienna sweetness, and when possible prefers to consume cheese and banana beer, and absolutely hates hamsters. And her hair is somewhat greasy, and her very long hair is neatly combed. And she's friends with a bunch of the military, as well as some miners. Welcome to Fort. Many of us are contradict ourselves in many ways. Let's jump to Bird, though. Find out a little bit about you. So, if I go up to here, and I type in Ugath, and then I go up to here, I do all, type in Ugath, filter them out, and then go you and filter you out. I need 44 bedrooms that I need to fit up here. Well, I don't need to fit them up here, but I want to fit them up here. And then I want to deconstruct all of these bedrooms down here and just remove them. Who could hate hamsters? I hate hamsters. The last hamster I touched bit me. Asshole. Could just do stair bedrooms up. It's kind of a tricky question of how do I satisfy the needs of, like, up to 100 cultists. That was stopped by your dogs? Probably a snatcher. That would be my guess, but who knows? Pretty lonely little temple. Calm demeanor. Has a sense of duty, and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. So let's say you right here. Problem is this close together, I can't actually do them this way. So I need to alternate. So I could do like this and this, but then I can't put that there. A sharp reflection, hey? Well, we'll think about that. I'm trying to think of ways that I can make this look like a cult compound without making it actually suck for these dwarves. Which, like, actually, you know what I could do? If it's past here, so if it's, like, around here, I could actually dig little trenches. And then their bedrooms could be one layer down, and it'll look like they're out in the open. But if I then designate them down here, then they'll be like, oh, they're nice. So I could do like, or something with just like a hallway going through the middle. Thunderstorm warning? I'm kind of jealous, but at the same time kind of not, because for Vancouver, a thunderstorm is like having snow or rain in Los Angeles, where like the whole city kind of shuts down. That's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. What do you guys think of this bedroom pattern? $14, $15, $16, $17, $18. Because I think it would be really cool to just have, like, bedrooms that, you know, convincingly look cultish. Then all of those lower rooms down there, I don't know what I'll do with them, but I'll remove them one way or another. I just will have to go through and count all of these in a minute because I've lost count again. And it won't be too hard to make into actual bedrooms. I'll just need to put flooring in. That's about it. So that's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. That's about as far as I can go. Because that would be for smart people, and I'm not smart. I'm good at this video game. I never implied to be smart. Or implied that I was... I never be... You heard me. You had to get rid of your PC? Why? Wasn't a financial thing, was it? You love math? I stopped going to school so that I didn't have to do any more math. Okay? Counting is about my limit. I'm kind of exaggerating a little bit, but you are correct. I could have just done some simple math and been okay. We had to come up with money. Oh, that sucks, dude. And then I'll throw some extra ones over here. But these ones won't be dug down. Oh, I should have done that on the other one. That looks better. There we go. Okay, so I need my cultists to have access to this whole area. Going to remove the outsiders from up here. Or you know what? We'll permit the outsiders until this area is done. Like, they'll be our workforce. That or I could just turn these off. Did I delete a burrow? I think I did. Well, shit. Oh, no, I see. I just removed everybody from it and then didn't put them back. Nope, that was my noble's burrow. So no, I did actually, in fact, delete a burrow. Cool. Well, on the bright side, it means everything can get done. I will just go remake that burrow then. Are you actually asking me who to promote to Baron, or are you just thinking out loud? Because if that's actually a question, I would promote the dwarf that has that likes objects that you don't mind making a lot of. Would be my actual advice. And yes, I'm setting this up so that if they end up, dying during a siege, Let's follow the noble. A treatise on self-control. Such books. So the one who likes crowns. Presuming you're not selling crowns. Chad Broski, by the way, I completely missed this. Thank you very much for gifting a subscription. I did see the things, so I had to scroll up, but thank you very much for the gift. Greatly appreciate you, mate. Okay, well, you should go back home. You leaving makes me a bit uneasy there, Dwarf. Go to the safety of your house. I'm following a count right now, Flopwort. Also, I'm in an ad, so I don't know if you just heard that. But I'm following a count, which means yes, we are past a barony, actually. Also, what Zombie Mike says. Some 41 are playing Vancouver, and so is Evanescence. What year is it? What venue? I'm actually mildly curious. Rogers... Okay, no, never mind. I misread that. Where are they? Rogers Arena. Yeah, no, the hell with that. I don't care how good their last tour is. I'm not gonna go see them play at Rogers Arena. Fuck that. I saw them last year at When We Were Young, because that was happening at the same time as TwitchCon, so we just went. Everything is Rogers Arena in Canada? Mm-hmm. Even my internet's Rogers. YouTube is throwing a tantrum. No crimes have been reported just yet, though. This place is kind of looking like a construction site, but... But there's a nice tavern right there. Go to the nice tavern, Dwarf. This dwarf seems bored. I think I will put them in with the followers. For now. So that this dwarf can go do things that they want to do. Well, these ones all hang out in here. Wow, that's a focused dwarf. Literally all of this dwarf's needs are met. With the exception of, like, be with family. And, well, good luck with that. I don't trust that religion. Let's just add everybody to this. Remove this dwarf. And remove all these dwarves. Means I may need to double check. Okay, I do in fact have miners that can do this. And I will leave, well, that on for everything. And then these can all be unforbidden. Cheers, Chad Broski. Thanks for helping keep this strange channel funded and help us crawl back towards 800 subscriptions. Let's follow the dwarf digging. Because, you know, it's been a while since I've been below 800 subscribers. But we've been falling fast enough that I actually just straight up haven't been looking. It's like, it's scary to look at when it does that. It's sort of like views tanking on YouTube. It's like, I'm a source of stability. What even is it? All right, well, we're going to have to mine out a bunch of metal down here as well, I think. This dwarf also wants to practice some martial art. Hey, the squad's back. Okay, so this bird. What about you? This is the one I was just following. Doesn't handle stress well. It's funny, a lot of these dwarves do not handle stress well. But Tun, Sideburns, has returned. Let's see how Tun and his squad did. Attacking Traded Curse. What? Did they not go anywhere? They never left. I beg your pardon, Tun? Sideburns, did you abandon your whole squad? Did you really? I'm gonna remove all of these work animals from you and say, you're an embarrassment to my society. Now go attack the Dark Goblin pits of Menace Walks. And come back with your squad. You deserve this. It's this map, you know, this fort's been fun, but I'll tell you, had some really odd soldier disappearances. Raving Rick the Mason has gone stark raving mad, by the way. Dwarf's also running around with a book. Preparing to join the military and running around with a book. Called the Monastery Book. That's the side door. It's not actually the front door. I'd be lurking. Good news is there's tons of not great, but tons of gear out front. Oh, wow. You even grabbed a named shield and a named hammer. It was created and named by Snail, who's actually a legendary warrior from this fort. He's one of the ones who died in a pretty bloody battle. It's always cool when they do that. You can see who named it. How about the shield? It was just exceptional. And I will go into here and I will type in iron breastplate. We're just going to make 10. Gonna go lead some combat training. Let's see, is there anybody else here? We're dabbling. I'm looking for dwarves that are not loyal, who could make decent military dwarves. Like perhaps this one. Because she wants to practice military stuff. She's got the need. High social awareness, not creative and bashful. And values leisure time. Which one was that? Was this one? This one. He's currently smelting magnetite ore, but has now joined the squad. He's currently just grabbing some greaves, I think. Yep. Leg armor. In October, you get to see Korn. Korn is such a strange group of people that write some absurdly hard to forget earworms. Like, I don't have anything against Korn. But man. Wait, what? Did I just... Ah. God damn it. Just deleted Bird Squad 2. Well, that's fine. I can rename it. It's fine. What do we call her? The warrior sister. It's the name of her squad. We'll have to rename it if somebody else takes it over. Except I'll get them training... in here. Why are you hanging out right there? Storing items in a stockpile? I'll allow it. We're gonna get them training right here. It's like trading defense, basically. What? Radbug? I am your what now? I mean, Chad is asleep, so we should, like, sound off the air horns or something. Army of Dragons.
NANI?
Okay, so in order for that to register, you have to spell Khaleesi correctly. But do I look like a blonde lady to you? I understand the Game of Thrones reference, but thankfully, fuck no, because my writing is better. My character arcs are not as disappointing, and I don't sleep with my siblings. My need glasses new, yes. Okay, grammar lessons get soon better than writing before, once lesson done. Yes. I also need new glasses. Army of Darkness is in fact a movie. It's a movie I enjoyed. But I don't believe I've referenced anything from Army of Darkness today. Last Army of Darkness reference was when I played Jupiter Hell the last time. Good, right, me, yes. Help indeed. So chat room, what do I got to do to keep the chat engaged and moving? We've got this new character here. This is Bird, who's already tired from just walking over here. We've got Sideburns, who went and lost his whole squad and is a bloody shame, frankly. Curious about what she's gonna go pick up. Ah. Oh, I was expecting that to be a breastplate, but... Now you're going to go get a breastplate. There you go. Except something I would like to do. This dwarf right here. I'm going to give you a new weapon. Specific weapon. You're going to use your own sword. You're going to use your own sword. Although, actually... I didn't actually mean to save that as their own uniform, because now they're not going to use it. Well, everybody in that squad would try and use it, and they'd all fight over it. Which would be very inconvenient. So instead, I will just simply say, bird. Here, and then go here, new weapon. There it is. Confirm. Now they have their sword. I don't know if it's the highest numbers, but they certainly hatch large numbers of eggs. Like, it's big old piles of eggs. It's been a long time, but I remember, like, it's in the 20s. I train a bunch of dragons in war training. There you go. You can now be a dabbling swords dwarf. Bored after being unable to practice martial art for too long. Well, we're about to solve that problem for you there, dwarf. Got more day sight. And I can put nice walls in here. And nice walls in here. Then since I did all of this, we're going to go over to this side, and I'm just going to dig all this down, and we'll go from there. Whoops. So hopefully this is not right when the enemy decides to attack me, because that would be awkward. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to here, and I'm going to dig up this. I'm going to dig down into here. And I'm going to go across this and do all that. And let's just make sure that these dwarves can get down here. So essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill this whole thing up with lava. Now would also be a really bad time to get attacked, but I'm going to fill this whole thing up with lava, and I'm just going to make a really high-speed lava thingy. I realize that's very descriptive, but I'm in a very descriptive mood today. Let's just do day sight for this back wall. Should be fine, this whole lava thing. Also gonna build a wall here, or dig out all of this along here, and dig out all of this along here. We'll construct walls and ramps. Yes, it makes contact with civs, and unless you're like absolutely unless you're horrible at it, which is extremely unlikely. I don't think I've ever failed one. As long as you just demand one-time tribute or ongoing tribute, and as long as they're like a decently armed squad, they'll just show up and be like, "Brr!" And because it is the intimidation skill, right? I've never actually failed it, but it is possible to fail the check on it, and then, you know, not get what you want, but it's quite the challenge. Went 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So power, for me, is going to come from here. Problem is, it needs to go through this wall. So at some point, it needs to go up and then down. So here, we're just going to make you go up. Get rid of this. I'm going to pause. And then it goes over to here. And then I'll channel down right there so that lava doesn't fill this up. Caravan has arrived. I was going to say, I wonder if they can get to my fort. I'm presuming they can? Oh yeah, it still makes contact, and they'll come trade with you. Like like I said, I've never had one fail. As long as they get there and make contact, then yes. It makes contact, and then you can trade with them, in theory. Sell the pikes, not the picks. Or the artifacts. There's still so much footwear, oh my god. There is so many pairs of pants. That's what happens when you miss 2 years of training. Training? Trading. All right. I will be back. 2 seconds, chat. I'm going to go get my lunch. You guys can enjoy the crowds of dwarves trading. I will be back momentarily.
Sandwich!
Don't go anywhere too fast. If you can keep the chat moving, that's excellent.
Cheese
And if I
for
come back to
everyone!
a hype train, I'll be happy, but you don't get any benefit from that. BRB!
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Bark, 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 bark.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Nuclear vessels.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Gobble, 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 gobble. No, 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 no!
No! No!
You fucking donkey! You suck!
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
Gee, oh great, hot.
Alright, did you miss me too much? I made it back. I survived. I heard a loud beep. You know I can hear that from my kitchen? Wow, they're still trading? Good lord.
Bring out your dead!
It's not interesting.
And then, oh shit, I need to do this. Because there's always leather armor I need to get rid of. There's always leather armor I need to get rid of. Because I don't really use leather armor for anything. I don't know if chat does, but... Like, even Mark's dwarves, I just use metal armor. Like, why would I make them use leather armor when I could just make them use metal armor? And get extra strength training. It's like, I'm sure it makes them worse at dodging, but like... I put them in pretty safe spots. I remember, does anybody remember that fort a while ago where I had the pretty intense lava trap with a lot of Mark's dwarves? And the main source of Mark's dwarf death was like intelligent undead literally force pulling dwarves through the ammunition slits? Because that remains to this day one of the most terrifying, like, deaths I've ever seen of a dwarf. I mean, I don't know if False Enigma is still in the YouTube chat, but I'm talking about my Twitch sub count. YouTube sub count's fine. Force, like, pull and push are two of the abilities they can have, yes. Alright, so Tun appears to have fully, successfully, completely abandoned his soldiers. That or they all defected. Sideburns. Why you betray me like this? If you weren't a legendary dwarf, I would throw you into a volcano. Although, this is you attacking something by yourself. You probably just snuck in and left, right? Yep. Snuck in undetected. Apparently, okay. You freed Indiridius, who I told to go attack a thing by himself and then he vanished and never came back. Sideburns is definitely a one-man army. My failures? How are they my failures? No. Why would I send you out to die? I said if you weren't a legendary dwarf, I would kill you in a volcano. You also stole a warhammer, apparently. Ermaluk meets with the Outpost Liaison, and they say there's much to share. What requests do you have of our dwarves? I'm just going to say steel bars. And they want crossbows next year, which I will forget. Nah, legendary dwarves are far too valuable for that. Far too valuable. I do think you're going to lead an army of heretics, though. that are not well selected for their jobs either. Peasant. A glazer. And this dwarf. Deserters will be shot, damn right. Just like the last ones, right? You'll remind me in 5 minutes. Thank you much. Hey, Alexa, please remind me to trade crossbows with the dwarves in the year 378 mid-autumn. Do people still use those? I don't see Alexa jokes anywhere near as often anymore. I really miss that very brief period of time where people would just like see if a streamer is using headphones, and if they're not, then just like tip them $1 or however amount of money it was to make them like lift their headphones up, or not. If they were using speakers, they would just tip them $1 so that it would like play text to speech, and then you just tell them, you know, hey Alexa, play playlist or whatever. Generally, I like to assume that people are like beyond that very brief flirtation with, you know, just the maximum possible, like, 1984-ness. So that's really what it was for me. Just far too 1984. What's up, Hangman? Imperial Guard 40k style? Okay. Oh, hey, look, some migrants have arrived. More religious zealots and more dwarves to expel. Yep. Who are you? Yep. And who are you? Should probably check who you actually are first. Yep. Why did I even look? It's a shame that I looked. I kind of want one of those soldiers to come back and just be like, I was one of your military dwarves. And then I'll be like, but you don't worship the right god. Get out. The one problem I'm starting to develop with this fort chat is this is a really fun gimmick. The problem is my goal is to get them out, like, to have a queen or king here, right? But the population growth is so painstakingly slow. Like, I would absolutely have the noble already if it wasn't for me doing this and expelling everybody that isn't a worshiper of Yugath. Which is actually making this fort kind of painfully slow right now. At least for me. I don't know about you guys, but YouTube is haggard. I'm sorry, YouTube. I mean, it is your own fault for tantruming so much. Can't believe that we still have the same mayor, though. Who is also a heretic, by the way. Should we plot our mayor's demise? Chat room. Yeah, masterwork caps have feathers, which is why I've started making caps, because they have feathers. Well, then we do the proper thing that we would do to the monarch, who's a heretic. Let's throw them in the volcano. They'll get what's coming to them. In fact, I would almost say I'm counting on it. Workplace incident? Yeah, pretty much. No, they didn't. Alias Drakes. I gave up. This is sort of version 2, but it's gonna more be a cart grinder. Speaking of heretics, Ranger Rick was found dead. Ranger Rick was a religious leader of the most popular faction, or the most popular religion that isn't the proper religion. Worshipping Einod, the deity of valor, war, and fortresses, I think?
Bring out your dead!
Finally went stark raving mad and starved himself to death. I think that this dwarf passing is an indication that his religion should fall. Although I'm going to go double check just to make sure that is the one that I'm thinking of. No, it wasn't. Instead, it's actually this one, the Doctrine of Fortresses. The Holy Whip was his name. There's only 4 worshippers left of the Holy Fortresses, which means if I delete their temple, they won't even know. And you know what? I think I'm going to. I think it's time to convert this once grand temple into an addition. I can't even remember what I named this. The Putrid Temple. It's going to be an additional room for the Putrid Temple, which is the one that the Dead Communion uses, you know? Like the big evil one. It's already beginning. And you know, I also think that this would be extraordinarily fitting for us to put his tomb in there. Let's forbid his body for right now. But I think Ranger Rick can have a tomb in the Putrid Temple. Because, you know, while we do pity him for worshiping the wrong religion, I wouldn't say that he was a bad dwarf per se. Just simply one that was woefully misguided. This temple is now a Dashkarn ball pit. So the urinal? Isn't that what the Dashkarn ball pit was? Was where everybody peed? Or where somebody peed? You know, Dashkarn at this point is practically just a urban legend. Like, did that thing even really happen? I know it did, but like, it's more likely that that thing never happened than a lot of things that people claim never happened happening. Well, there's his tomb. It's kind of wild that I still have outsiders in this fort.
Happy 32 months blind. How has
32
stream
months.
been? I kinda thought it was Monday.
Kinda thought it was Monday. It's been okay. I'm in a weird headspace. I had a pretty good weekend up until yesterday. Yesterday was ridiculous. Well, Sunday evening was also kind of tough, but yesterday was just a really rough day for me. For a lot of reasons I don't want to talk about, really. So I'm okay. Getting by. But rest in peace, Ranger Rick. You will be missed. Much as it pains me to say it. All right, well, I think it is time for us to do something. I want a mayor that worships the correct god. But I don't want to, how do I put this? I want a mayor that worships the correct god. And I don't really want to just let in all migrants. But I think I'm going to have to just let in all migrants. I think that's what I'm going to have to do. I think I'm going to have to let in all migrants. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kill the mayor and the Batman. Mostly just the mayor. Once the mayor is dead, and we have a mayor that is operating under our control, naturally, I will change the laws, air quotes, temporarily, to ones that will allow us to, you know, let in some new migrants until we can get the monarch. So now I have a question, chat. How should we kill the mayor? I'm currently linking up levers to lock the mayor's bedroom doors, but that begs the question. How should we kill the mayor? What do we want to do, chat? Of course, it would have to be at least somewhat discreet, right? Anvil falling on him? I've got an idea. Oh man, there's a wall piece right there. You know, actually, I've got an even better idea. Okay, so what I'm going to do... Something is fighting, and I need to see what it is. What I'm going to do is I'm going to drop, when he goes to bed, I'm going to drop a brick through his house, or through her house, that's going to land directly in front of her, and essentially cause... Okay, this is my cave dragons. You guys stress me out. And essentially cause lava to spray up into here, and hopefully douse her in lava. What do you think, chat? Does that work for you guys? Because I think that would be hysterical. And it's also, like, plausible that not everybody would see this immediately. You went and did the stupid thing? What's the stupid thing? El Tanko Joe. You rode home on a new motorcycle. Do you have a motorcycle license? I'm trying to think why this is stupid. Or is the act of buying said motorcycle a stupid thing? I guess I'm just trying to figure out what exactly is stupid about that. Also, I'm just realizing how poor of a job I'm actually doing with this. All right, so let's get rid of this because I don't need either of those. I do, however, need this. And I need that. Actually, no, I don't need that. I literally just need this, and then I just need to put a support right there. And then I just deconstruct that once it's hooked up. Easy peasy. You feel like you did something stupid buying it? That's how I felt when I bought the laptop, but that I bought recently. But honestly, I paid off the credit card bill when I got home and then installed Linux on it and almost immediately felt better about my purchase because I was like, wow, I can like go to the coffee shop and work now. I made a bunch of thumbnails from a coffee shop up the street. And there's something nice about being able to do that. It's not ideal, but it's sure pleasant-ish, although I don't trust their Wi-Fi, so I was tethering my phone to it. Yeah, it is nice to have the option. Ooh. I'm gonna put a statue of an elephant there. That makes it better. Standard new vehicle feelings. It's probably more just standard I spent a lot of money on a thing, oh fuck feelings. Which I'm pretty sure is a legitimate feeling. You know, it'll be nice. Well, I mean, I won't need to make weapon racks, but I'm really curious. Do you think that this new mayor, the new mayor that we get, or the new leader of servants, do you think that they would be Chat, do you suspect that our next dwarf is going to worship the correct god, yes or no? Let's just suspend that for a bit until this is hooked up. I hope so. I mean, it would be really funny if they didn't. With Dwarf Fortress having its way, absolutely not. Yeah, you're right. Although I do like the fact that Hunter Meyer is hooking this up. Because this is my broker. Or no, not my broker. Yeah, the broker, the person who does the trading. So that is very fitting that this dwarf is doing this job. I mean, I may have to drop a few dwarves into a hole, but... So now we're just waiting on this elephant, who can't be that far away, right? There it is. Just some random-lined Coven worshiper being told to put this strange-looking statue of an elephant onto a weird little platform thing? Strange. Sodell Cave Town. I like your last name, Sodell. Sodell, you're gonna join the Sister Warriors. And then right here, I'm gonna deconstruct this. So this will be held right here to the bottom of this floor. So when I pull this lever, it's going to drop all of this through down to here and directly through into here, directly into a volcano, immediately sending it underground, which should splash lava everywhere into here, probably melt a bunch of stuff, potentially destroy this thing right here. And would you look at that? Our mayor goes to take a rest. It's almost like the game knew what I was up to. Well, it's time to pull the lever. I may actually need to pull it twice. And it looks like mass morass. somebody who isn't even a proper loyalist. But since they'd left their past religion, is considered one of us. And just like that, whoa! Holy shit. Did you see her just get sucked down by that immediately? Stunned, yeah, I would be too. The block strikes the leader of servants in the upper arm, bruising the muscle. The nice statue of an elephant strikes the leader of servants in the lower body, bruising the muscle and bruising the right kidney through the cave spider-soaked trousers. There is no force. So I do feel the need to just state this as this dwarf sinks down. This dwarf was a previous member of the Strong Balls, who was a member of the fortress known as Fire Orb, if I'm not mistaken. And had left the Lined Coven. So this dwarf thought that they were in the right. This dwarf thought that they were going to survive this. This dwarf thought that by giving up their past religions and forgetting all of that, they would survive. They thought that their political career would help them survive in a place such as this. And I like how they're annoyed after being caught in a snowstorm because that is the only thing they can think about while floating down through lava. Zahn Ermaluk Heldbridge. You were a good dwarf. You were in multiple fortresses, and if Ermaluk is in chat watching, well, thanks for being an awesome dwarf. Sorry I had to drop a goddamn rock on your head.
Bring out your dead!
All right, line up. Who's next? Also, apparently we discovered some adamantine. Yeah. Look at that. Where is that? That's like directly beneath my fort. Hey, you know what? Let's just make note of that. That's about right. Not just yet. But I will need adamantine. Yeah. I think just having a dwarf at that exact angle just spotted them as they were falling through the floors. It's usually how that goes. So do I have a new mayor yet? Oh no. Salva, are you in chat? I'm sure the news spread quite quickly. The mayor falls into adamantine? Has to have been more than a second. It's not the second most popular religion now. It is actually just the most popular religion. So, for those of you who don't know, Salvador is the first shore. The first shore is the leader of the other most popular religion. Also somehow has a bed? That's not okay. Who let you have that? Come on. You're not a servant of Ugath. Please. It's disturbing. Chat, did anybody clip that? It'll be immortalized in a video. Regardless, we have a new mayor. And I guess my question is, chat, I don't know whose side you're on. But how do we move forward with this? Do I remove him immediately, or do we let him be in charge for a bit? What do you think, chat? One strike and they're out? Define strike. They already worship the wrong religion. You went to rip a joint and you missed something epic? Ah. Just drop something heavy on the mayor's head while they're, right next to the mayor's bed while they were sleeping. It's your bedtime now. We'll see you later, dude. Well, I mean, it is a pretty simple question. I love how all of the old mayor's clothing is just getting tossed. It's always good to see. I love to see mechanics properly functioning. What's up, Caillou? Kuyun. I think is how you say that. What, then sleeping and then suddenly earthquake and then dead? I would say so, yeah. Mayor's been missing for a week, chat. Strange. On that note, we also discovered an expansive cavern deep underground.
Does this cult need volunteers for tribute?
Currently I'm murdering all of the religious leaders that aren't parts of the correct religion. Because they keep getting elected as mayors. So, you know. Trying to rig an election here. And that, in Dwarf Fortress terms, that means drop them into a volcano. Also, chat, you guys want to see a tease of something? Well, not really a tease. Do you guys... We're in an ad break, so... This is something that Cooler's been working on for me. I want to know your guys' opinion. All right, check this out. Now, I know that this is just like, you know, like a window, basically. And this is just some scaffolding. But you know how I redid all of the art for the Future of the Fortress stuff, if you watch those videos? Well, this is for the Dwarf Fortress news stuff. I've got Cooler working overtime. Basically, like, this is a thing that I can put screenshots behind, and then that's a background that I can, like, fade in or out. And then this is another thing that I can use for other transitions. Should be cool, I think. It's like the opposite of, like, the old Dwarf Fortress intro where the dwarf picks through the wall and then just, like, gets engulfed in flames immediately. Except that's the opposite, where instead of getting engulfed in flames, like, oh god, sunlight! Well, I think we'll just make this a quick and dirty setup. We're just going to drop one dwarf into lava, and then, upon completion, drop another dwarf into lava. And where did my frame... Oh. Oh, no. Could it be this? All right, you... We're going to turn all of these burrows on. And I'm going to go to this burrow. Well, actually, this burrow. And I'm going to assign everybody that's not a follower of Ugath. So, Ugath, you gathed it. All 58 of you. None of you are allowed in here. Well, that seems to be accurate. But I'm scared about what's about to come flying out of there. Wait, what? Is that the wrong one? Oh. Go all the way down through here, down to about there. And I'm gonna be all like, hey, dwarves. Yeah. Can we get this whole thing, like, you know, patched up and locked down before untold horrors from God knows where show up? Alright, that shouldn't be too hard to solve. As my frame rate just vamooses. You know, I'm curious. How much trouble am I in? 314 amphibian men. Uh-huh. Okay. That's not good. That's not quite how it works, no. They don't start pathing until you're in their vicinity, and to my knowledge, I'm not. It'll depend. If the frame rate recovers when I fix this, then maybe. Each dwarf needs to kill 4 of them? Uh-huh. Because all of my dwarves are definitely armed and trained. I might just exterminate them. Because they're probably sitting in a puddle. Alright, that's one. Although I'm not even entirely sure they can get to me. Because that's blocked. Well, I mean, maybe they can. It's a pretty overgrown cavern. Oh, yeah, okay. So something was pathing towards me. I don't think it was necessarily the amphibians, but it was certainly something. And then I can just block these off and that'll be easy enough. Yeah. Frame rate's back. Cool. Well, that's good to see. So let's keep digging down here, shall we? So, I talked about this before on stream briefly. Kind of a spoiler for this map, chat. So if you're, you know, afraid of spoils, I don't know. You do you. But this fortress, one of the reasons I settled here specifically in this location is these are abnormally big adamantine spires. The last map I played in this world, the map's bottom was layer 13. The Magma Sea starts at layer 20, which is pretty normal. Goes all the way down to layer 60. There's an additional 30 layers of potential fun. And also, I think I just found more Magma Sea. Why is there lava right here? It's far too shallow for lava. Okay, so Sham the miner's coming to dig. I still maintain I do not like the way the amphibian people work in the game currently. Also, Cable, since you're the person who's still used to chat, we're already in the adamantine spire. This is the fun tube. You know that the caverns are really mean now, right? Woohoo! Like really mean? 'Cause they are. If you didn't know. Got it. Well, if you saw me exclaiming at 314 amphibian men, you'll be okay. But, like, just be wary. They come in hordes. It's kind of like that, what was it, like 44? Whatever version it was, where, like, you'd snap into the caverns and then just immediately get swarmed by, like, 150 trolls. Just, like, instantly, it's like, bang, trolls there. You have to type in exclamation point tickets to see how many you have first. To the synthetic cat girl in chat. Where's the blockade when you need him? Yeah, right? Gosh, we'll have to go get his shield eventually. I'm not joking. I am going to try and resurrect him if I can. But that's going to be a long adventure, so I kind of hope we get an adventure map patch soon. Like soon. Although I might do another one-off adventure whenever we get the next patch, because I'll probably still have to finish this. Like, I want to finish this fortress before I do that. So probably what we'll do is whenever the next patch hits, which is hopefully sooner rather than later, I will, you know, take a day and generate a small world, and we'll mess around a little bit. This might just be the top of it right here. Yeah, that does seem to be the top of it. There you go. I went through that second time. Well, that's an exciting side project to work on. So basically, the fun tube goes from -5. Oh my god. That goes so deep. From like, that's like 25 layers. Okay, well, let's jump back up to this layer. I'm way too zoomed in. No. Well, gotta go up here. We'll just put a bunch of statues of elephants. We will kill them with an army of elephants. It'll be dramatic, if nothing else. Oh, wow. Everybody lost? Bots being brutal today. So I guess we should memorialize Ermalak, hey? And also, I will point out the irony of that username. I do, in fact, acknowledge that the irony there. It's a really good name. Well, we've got Magical Goth Girl and Synthetic Cat Girl. It's definitely a Dwarf Fortress chat. It's funny, the statue of the elephant is being transported out of this workstation as we're engraving a slab for the last mayor. Where should we put the mayor? Or the mayor's, what's the word? Memorial. It probably doesn't have adamantine in it, no. But it is a lot of gems. And then we also have butch cats, which is just funny. The mayor's ashes. Well, the mayor's slab. The slab depicting the death of the mayor. Oh, look at that! A force that is dark and vile has arrived and already left. I wish they would stop doing that. Like, I don't know if that's a bug or what, but they arrive and instantly leave. It's like, can we have like some baddies that are more decisive and don't just immediately leave upon arriving? Like, that would be nice. I want to kill you myself. I don't want to like watch you leave. Kind of takes the buzz out of the kill, you know what I'm saying? Oh shit, did I lock a dwarf down here? I don't think so. Snatcher, snatcher. Here's hoping we can catch these goblins as quickly as possible. Goblin thief. Also, there's another human zombie? They didn't just steal a child, did they? Nope. Oh, that's good. Yeah, it's kind of between that and, like, putting them with the rest of them, but first, we just got to finish memorializing it. Seems like Shem here, who's a very good dwarf, is a member of the wrong religion, though, is focused. Actually, quite a happy dwarf, all things considered. Just completed the slab, and we're going to place it over here. I may also turn the sieges up to hard once my next machine is done. which just makes them more frequent. That's all it does. The Sacred Seal, Dominok, of the Lined Order. One of the highest ranking heretics in the fortress, even. Just place the slab, as I give the order to do this. Allow the followers of Ugath to go right here. Get rid of that. One of my servants is making an artifact. Glorious timing there, Dwarf. And look at this. Salvador's hanging out in their new office. Do you like it in there? I trust you do. You slept recently there, Dwarf. Once the next dwarf is elected, the weight of their choices will really sink in. That's sort of like how in America, the White House, they have a one wall that's still burned as a memory from when it was burned down by Canada. Same kind of vibe. Another dark, vile force has arrived. And look at that. But they also left. Why? That's all I have to say is why. Snatchers, what are these? Oh, the dragons probably got them. These are just goblin thieves again. Oh wow, they made it all the way into the fort. Shortast here actually fired an iron bolt at one of the thieves, which hit it in the upper leg. You know what? I'm just going to send the Marks Dwarves in here to deal with this, because I think they're training, or they should be. This creature got hit by another bolt in the throat, which tore through their cloak. Major artery was opened by the attack, and a hunting dragon attacked him, but he scrambles away. So that goblin is bleeding from the throat. I think that goblin's dead. Another bolt flies. Another bolt flies. A limb goes flying, probably severed by the dragon. Adil. This goblin is currently in mid-air. The dragon actually crushed his ankle with a wing. The goblin thief punches the stray hunting dragon, bruising it. The hunting dragon drops him with his wing, and then grabs him by his toe with his other wing, and releases the grip. Hunt cave dragon claws him in the left foot, and the severed part sails off in an arc, and that goblin is now dead. This goblin over here is also taking a couple bolts, most recently getting a bolt to the lower body, which tears the muscle. Mark's dwarves are earning their pay here. And I'm seeing some bolts flying. There goes another one. Just strikes him. And another one strikes him. And he drops a bag. And another one strikes him. A limb goes flying from the dragon. Another bolt strikes her. It actually destroys her clothing. She's now overexerted, winded, faint, and heavy bleeding, and has lost an arm. You can tell from the image. Cave dragon claws the thief in the upper back teeth, and the severed parts sail off in an arc. And there go those two thieves. That's what they get for attacking us. Such a waste. These goblins should know better. Up to the fort and then run in and die, pretty much. Where is our Salvador? He's conducting meetings. And we've got that strange mood dwarf right here. He's currently hauling nice. The thing is, I could also totally just make this drop right here, but Let's follow Salvador. He does feel happy while being cried on by an unhappy citizen, and is currently tossing a troll for a sock after cleaning up blood from the last fight. I mean, I almost feel bad for this dwarf, to be honest. This dwarf's been around for a while. I mean, although he is a passing acquaintance with a dingo man wasting zombie person thing, which means maybe he's committing crimes against us. I don't think I have any cold cases. Yeah, just closed cases. So I can't even interrogate him to find out, but looks like he's gonna go take a nap. Well, that's good. I hope you rest sweetly, English. Salvatore. Are we ready for round 2, chat? Are we? So I just need them to finish hooking up a mechanism. That can just be canceled, that's fine. Logan, who's of course a disciple, gets to do the honors. He's running as quickly as they can. The mayor is asleep. The plan must be set in motion. We won't have much time, but here's hoping he doesn't wake up. Let's hope he's a heavy sleeper. No, they're more just for comedic effect. Oh, no, he woke up. God damn. She woke up. Well, the good news is it's hooked up and ready to go. Wait, no, it's not. What? Okay, well, how about this? Let me just do this correctly this time, because they're apparently incapable of completing it. Probably just can't reach it. Just get anybody to do it. Turn off all the burrows and just get it done. Let's follow that strange mood. Work secretly. It's making cave spider silk cloth. Forest Titan leather. Oh, that's pretty cool. Rough. We didn't actually kill the Titan, but it did die pretty quickly. It died to muskoxen. White opals, silver bars, nice, and tower cap logs, beak dog leather. I just stubbed my toe, and lead. That's gonna be a heavy article of clothing, or whatever it ends up being. Oh, Salvador wants windows. Yeah, sorry. We have to do away with you then. Because, yeah, that ain't happening. That's 5 for the day. Also, there's no sand on the map, so...
Bring out your dead!
And DF remote. What is DF remote? Is that the one that runs in a server? Because if so, that's like 8 years old. So it's like asking, is Destiny 1 original patch on the Xbox 360 anything like Destiny 2? Id, the servant of Yugath, created Onslankin List. It's a very old version of the game, DF Remote. Like, mechanically very different, balance-wise, very different. Basically, you'd be jumping like 3 or 4 versions back, if not further. Missing a lot of major update content and balance content, and I mean, it's still the same game, but it's a very old version of the game. An asymmetrical cave spider silk vest and claims it as an heirloom. Well, you've claimed it as a family heirloom. You're a servant of Yugath. I'm sure your family would be proud to have it sit on a pedestal. But, instead of that, the very greedy Stinthad says, well, you're simply a servant. You don't get the right to keep your artifacts. Unless I can't assign it to you, which would be interesting. Oh, there it is. It's right there. Basically, like, modern versions of Dwarf Fortress don't run on server anymore, so you can't host an instance of Dwarf Fortress anymore. Just due to a multitude of reasons. So if you go back, you're just losing a lot of content. But it's still playable. I mean, like, you can still do it. It's a very different game. And you'd have to figure out what version you're actually playing so that you make sure that you're reading the right version of the wiki if you need to learn how to play again. Kimchi apparently got into the game recently after spotting my video on the Godly Tombs Embark. And I have to just say, I made some of you last year and it was delicious. Just because your name is Kimchi. That's in the YouTube chat. So shoutouts to Kimchi, I suppose. Sauerkraut's still better, but Kimchi is second best fermented cabbage option. Old enough that there's no Z levels. No. Dwarf Fortress, there was various versions of Dwarf Fortress Remote up until like about 2018, I think. But that's already like kind of a long time ago. Okay, is this all hooked up? Yes. So now I can unhook that. Nice and easy. And then we'll just turn these back on. And I will follow Salvador. The first Shorin. He disdains the truth. Proper religious leader. I hate the truth. Since you only have your phone. If you have Dwarf Fortress on Steam, you could remote stream it, but that does require access to the main computer. I'm in an ad now, so I will pause. But yeah, unfortunately, it's like kind of weirdly difficult to play Dwarf Fortress remotely. Like it's difficult to do that. But if you're still at home, though, I would recommend just using Steam Remote Play, because I've heard a lot of people saying that that actually works surprisingly well, all things considered. But regardless, I hope you have a good vacation. It's going to be interesting for me going to PAX this year which is kind of my upcoming vacation. I don't know if I'd call it, it's more like a weekend. But it's going to be nice to be able to go to PAX and be able to, like, determine if actually having a laptop at something like PAX is useful. So. Also, as far as DF pre-Z levels goes, I do actually recommend going back and playing it, because it is fascinating. It's like, if you play a whole bunch of almost any game and just look at a really early alpha version of it, and you're like, oh man, I can see like the DNA of what would become the game that I play now, but it's so different. But the interesting thing about those super early eras of Dwarf Fortress is like, it's still kind of playable. So now we just need to wait for this dwarf to go to sleep. Can you still go back and play the alpha versions of RimWorld? I was like, I really liked some of those early versions of RimWorld before it had a lot of the stuff that it had, and back when it had cool things that made it cool, before they removed them. This makes you think of RimWorld? Yeah, except it was 2007. Slightly before RimWorld. All right, I think it's time for Sideburns to go and get us some more loot. Like, you know, going to this monastery and stealing a bunch of books. Get out there and we'll see you when you get back. Sideburns and the bloody tusks. Store item in stockpile. Hey, where are we going? It's just bolts galore, I suppose. All right, down here. Let's unforbid all of this. And that. And I'm going to go here, and I'm just going to do this. Day site. Day site. Day site. Day site. Day site. And then we'll do floors. Well, actually, no, I'm going to have to just run over those in a moment anyway with minecarts. And then this right here, you've been removed so that can get dug down. So that I can just fill this up as a reservoir, which is what it's going to become. And then this is just going to get filled up from over here. So that I don't have to make dwarves pump it. Because I really don't want to do that. So you're going to get dug out right here. And actually, I'm going to just dig this down over here because it's easier that way. Because then I can just put a mechanism right here. A mechanism right there. I can put a horizontal axle right here. And I can put a horizontal axle right here. And then I can put a horizontal axle across here. But I need that to be there first. And then this whole zone is going to become an extension of my defenses, hopefully. Well, and this whole zone is going to become an extension of my defenses. And there goes the traders. See you later, dwarves. Be safe. I have to go pick up an Amazon package. I will be back momentarily.
Gobble, 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 gobble.
No! No!
Unix system. I know this.
Sandwich! Cheese for everyone!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Bark, 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 bark. Alright, pro tip. Don't order gigantic heavy things on Amazon. Just don't do it. Just pro tip, just don't do it. Just do not do it. Just it's not worth it. Okay. Hopefully the chair was entertaining. Just ask it anything about how it's held together with rocks. That's actually the truth. It is this chair is in fact held together with rocks. Okay, so simply put, I was I'm on my apartment building strata council, so I help manage the apartment building as a volunteer. And one of the things we're trying to do is like unfuck our gardens and make our gardens really nice. And it turns out when you're trying to get like refunds and stuff from a building, it's really easy to just have like a digital PDF receipt. So ordering stuff on Amazon is way too convenient for this kind of shit. And we ordered 2 raised garden beds, which are 12. One of them is 12 feet long, 2 of them are 8 feet long, and 3 feet wide and 3 feet deep. They're fucking giant boxes. They're all just sitting in the lobby now. I'm just not gonna deal with it. I'll deal with that later. It's fine. This is not a me problem right now. Greg will worry about this later. I just posted a picture in like the people who manage the building private chat room on Signal. I was like, there you go. They're there. Deal with it. Now get me my refund of like $600, please. All right. Future Greg problem. Yeah, I'll worry about that in a few hours. I did not want to haul all 3 of them to my apartment. I also didn't want to make the Amazon guy do that either because he didn't have a trolley. So he was like running back and forth with them. Kind of feel bad for him. Anyways, what was I doing? Right, yeah, we're killing a mayor. Where's Salva? Conducting a meeting, are we? And while we're killing the mayor, we're also building this. So, let's unforbid that. Unforbid that. Looking good down here, though. Future Greg problem. Yeah. Future Greg problem. Greg will worry about this later. Yeah. Greg also needs power, which is going to come from over here, which is also going to additionally power this. What are you doing? Killing a mayor. This is why I'm not evil all that often. Like, even though being bad can be fun, it's like, I acknowledge that being evil can be fun in video games. It makes me feel terrible when I do it. Most of the time. So I tend to just not. Because yeah, I don't know. Especially when I need to go about being maniacal, you know? If I have to go out of my way to be the villain, it can be kind of tough to be the bad guy. Chat, do you like being the bad guy in video games, or does your real life moral quandaries kick in? If you say anything even slightly mean most of the time. I like the asterisk at the end of there. Most of the time. Okay, so this is gonna go from here to there. What blocks do I have the most of? Quartzite it is. Pink tracks it is. Up to there. Over to here. And back down to there. Okay. And you know, if I was a smarter person, I would have realized that this wasn't going to work here. So, I'm not. I fully admit. So instead, I'm going to do this. So we'll let them dig down into here, and then that could be where we connect all of these. Unless you're insufferable, then evil 100%. Forced to be insufferable or like actually insufferable? Okay, so that's done, meaning I can now put a wall right here. I constantly am hearing things fighting and going, oh god, what's gonna die? It's like, oh, it's just the muskox, just like dying to my cave dragons. Which makes sense. The cave dragons are literally doing their job. It's just making the combat sounds happen consistently enough that I get concerned about my safety. You find it fun, but you tend to make your first playthrough, though, if there's been a few games that have made you feel uncomfortable enough that you abandoned the playthrough, though? That's impressive. Time to turn the Wi-Fi and the data off on my phone so that I stop getting messages from Signal. Boy, howdy. And also, we're cutting down this front door area so that it looks more front door-ish. We'll also hack down this and replace this with... Oh, no, that's not what I want. Okay, well, I mean, I guess it's a bit late now. But let's actually not do that. Instead, I'm going to cut down this up here and then slowly cut this out so that I can replace the whole thing. It'll be better that way. Is that not in the burrow? Maybe not enough. They'll get to it. Tracks are getting built as well. Yeah, I don't know. I can't think I've ever had a game aside from Dwarf Fortress that really does that, but... I mean, I think if there's enough layers of abstraction, I have no problem being evil, right? But if the characters are well written or believable enough, I start to feel bad. And if they're named after Chad, I feel bad. Like, I feel bad that I'm going to kill this dwarf. Mostly because he's named after somebody from Chad. You know? But, I did it once today, and we're going to do it twice. Because we need a normal, noble, respectable, religious leader who's part of the religion that we all care about, right? Definitely. I'm glad nobody else can hear me say this. I do unironically like, though, when video games make you sound like a horrible person without context. Like, that's just always funny to me. And will always be funny to me. It's like Crusader Kings is maybe the best example of this. Been cooking beans? Ooh, what kind of beans? What you cooking those beans in? Okay, that's still getting done. Still waiting for construction there, so I can go here. up one to there. Over to there. Up to here. And then go right there for good measure. Maka 19. The planter is throwing a tantrum and has committed several crimes. Well, I convicted her of one. She is currently in the hospital. Several dwarves are in hospital, in fact. You're a heretic, so I will convict you of the other two. Seems like she did some damage. We got a couple injured dwarves. I don't actually have a bone doctor currently, so I need to assign one. How about Olan the Outsider? Give you that task. Bacon, onion, garlic, and a bit of tomato paste of chicken broth, and then took the dried mushrooms and made mushroom broth. Ooh. Threw 2 pounds of soaked pinto beans and let it cook. Good stuff. We had to sit around and wait stage. I made pickles for the first time this weekend. They're okay. I think I screwed up and didn't quite... I kind of forgot to add the second round of salt in the... what's it called? In the recipe, and I don't think it has enough dill in them. I like really dill pickles. And this recipe isn't that dill heavy, so I think I'm going to add more dill and put the correct amount of salt in so I don't need to refrigerate them without dying, so I don't die. And for my next batch, which I'll do in a week or so, I will remedy those issues. And I'm looking forward to it now. Should be tasty. Made them really spicy. Damn right. It's the way they should be. I make firekraut, which is sauerkraut made with hot peppers, and now I have a couple hot peppers, so I'm going to make firekraut this weekend. For crispier cucumber pickles. Huh. All right, Salva. Going for a chug. Going for a drink. Need that old sippy. Wants to fight. I wish I could let you fight, Dwarf. I like how there's just a tooth on this. There's just a wolf tooth. At some point, a wolf got into a fight in that tavern, and a tooth got stuck in the statue. That just lives there now, right? No complaints? We're just gonna leave it? You can pickle almost anything, so now you pickle a new thing every 6 weeks or so. Are you talking about in real life or in Stardew Valley? Because in real life, you can pickle almost anything. I'm going to be pickling beans and beets and cucumbers this year. And I will also be, like, preserving tomatoes in jars because all tomatoes are late this year. It really sucks. The wolf tooth is not prominent enough. Should I put out an engraving of the wolf tooth on the ground in front of the wolf tooth? In real life. Okay. Do you use a pressure canner, or are you using just water bath canning? Or are you just keeping them in the fridge? Because that's also kind of a thing you can do. Yeah, if you want to learn that you can pickle almost anything, just go to an Asian grocery store. There's one pretty close to me, and you can buy, like, pickled eggs, pickled beans, beets, peas, of various different sizes and types and shapes and levels of interest. All kinds of fun stuff. Feels empathy while being cried on by an unhappy citizen. I think Salva likes his job. It's a shame about what's about to happen to him. Trust me, there's about to be a lot more unhappy worshippers there. Pickled eggs scare you? They are probably okay, but they just threw you off and you're scared to try them? Do you like the taste of pickles? And if you like the texture of eggs... Okay, so the Instant Pot's pressure cooking then. If you like the taste of pickles and you like the texture of eggs, you'll like pickled eggs. But pickles can taste like basically whatever you pickle them in. So you can kind of just make them taste like whatever. Like if you like cold egg salad or as well, like that kind of cold egg taste. He is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. And he is a complete scatterbrain, unable to focus on a single matter for more than a passing moment. And is gripped by crippling shyness. You according to YouTube chat, they like to eat pickled eggs when they're done right. Yeah, no, I mean, you need the right spices, of course. So you like pickles. Then, Bastet, by that logic. Pickled beets are pickles. So I'm real tempted to move the office over here. This is maybe the meanest thing I've ever done in this video game. Because I'll tell you this, I hate sweet and sour pickles. Oh, come on. Gar. Trying to get him to go stand in his bedroom. But he's refusing to. It's like he knows. Okay, that'll work. So I have a question, chat. Should I feel bad for this dwarf who may be about to... Okay, no, they're not. Chat room, if you guys want to see a statue and a bunch of other things get dropped onto the mayor, you may want to look right now. Because it's about to happen. There may even be collateral. Olan, the outsider, is going to go pull the lever. Get your clipping fingers ready, chat. Oh my god. So far, the mayor's in the lava, so success there. Stunned, bleeding, afraid after experiencing trauma. Got hit with nice bricks in the lower body, which bruised the muscle, tearing apart the lower spine's nervous tissue. Oh no, have you just been paralyzed? Oh, that's horrific. And the question is, does this dwarf fall in as collateral? Do you have a family? I'll feel bad if you do. No, but you're friends with the tavern keeper. Okay, well, me too. And I'm not the greatest person, so you're in the midair. You land on the ground. Okay, you could still die. Mayor, meanwhile, is falling. And our time in the momentous domain is so brief. Begone, fear. He stopped bleeding and is now healthy. Okay, now he's bleeding again. He's no longer stunned and he's woken up. An ad's about to hit. There goes Salvador. Now, what about this dwarf? This dwarf just witnessed the whole thing. Shaken after being knocked out during a cave-in. No, he didn't. Did not witness the thing. Although the dwarf did get attacked by a wolf a while ago. Their body took the full force of the impact. And they got caught in a cloud of sandy clay loam. Horrible accident. Yeah, definitely not possible that we could have possibly prevented that. There's no way. I'm in an ad break now, so I will pause. Mandate this brick! That's all I got, really. Dwarven structural engineering knows exactly how to very precisely drop a brick on somebody's head through a ceiling. And also knock a square hole in the floor. For a square problem. Like our square mayor. So, I hate to break it to you, chat, but dwarves are about to start getting real upset. You wanna know why? It's because we may or may not have a religious leader for the most popular religion in the fortress anymore, which I'm pretty sure invalidates its temple. I ain't assigning a new one. Period. Which means we just lost our best therapist. Really. Our most efficient source of dwarven therapy has been killed. As well as, well, that mayor. And the next thing I'm going to do in here is go here and then assign this to up here and here. And then we'll erase this. And this office is going to be down to here again. And then erased from over on this side. Now, who's the new mayor? I wonder. He's traveling. Took them a little bit to elect a new mayor, because apparently the old one was traveling. Just traveling. Traveling somewhere. No biggie. You know, he's gone for a trip. To the tropics. It's warm down there. I wonder now. Just visiting some friends in the farm up north dimension, you mean? Okay, well, he's noted... Okay. Excellent! Everything is working as properly intended. What should I make this room into, chat? The Countess has taken the position of mayor of the fortress. Excellent. I feel like Sideburns should be the champion. How old is Budgie? That dwarf has to be getting old. Budgie is 140. It's the beard that makes him look old. He's hauling a singular blueberry. Come on, man. You can be more efficient than that. No, I gave him a new squad, and they were definitely willing. Definitely, yes. And I also sent them out to go do something recently. They went and, They went and raided Bushel Lords, which was a temple to steal things from them. Journey into Genius was rated from Bush Lords. Journey into Genius. It would be better if it was Journey into the Center of the Earth. There's part of me tempted to go after the tower up there. All right, well. All right, so chat room. Should I? I'm looking at this number here. Good wins, Elfie, Bean, and Laya. And hello, Percuss again. Yes, well, it's more like the farm straight down, but sure. The thing is, you're back from a very long drive. Well, I hope you drove safely. It could have been a really short drive that you actually just drove really slowly on. I mean, if you're driving like 1.5 miles per hour, it'll take you a while to do a 20-mile drive. Master of Reproduction, hey? A Course on the Gutter. It's how to get your mind out of it, chat. And Useful Mating. Do we understand animals in the climate? Anatomy interpreted. And Before Anatomy. Okay. So that's how the 10,000 came to be. Clearly. All right, Sideburns. You and your squad, the Bloody Tusks, are going on a raiding mission to go raid the biggest goblin fortress in the region. If you make it back, we will assign a new leader to your squad and you will become the champion. Do you think this dwarf does it, chat? He is legendary discipline, observer, and fighter. He's an adept ambusher. I don't know about his tactics. He knows a lot of poems and a lot of songs, including the Lazy Depressions and Virginity and the Lemons. That's a poem. Oh boy. My Friend Leader. There's another poem that he knows. Hoy vey. When life gives you lemons. I don't know where to go with that based on what I just read. So this may be the last time we see Sideburns. This may be his crowning achievement. Good luck, Dwarf. Good luck. So since we've purified our local rule, it's time for us to finish this. Let's do horizontal. Just use whatever's closest. I also realize I know I don't need this many pumps, but I have lots of excess power, so why not? Oh, accurate, yes. Do I have to kill Salva again? Do I have to kill both of them again? Hi, Suited. How are you? I can't remember if it's saved between. Well, we get to drop Salva into the lava again. Welp. Anyway, hi, Suited. What is up? Yes, okay, just one. Grumble. That's all I have to say, really. I'm annoyed, chat. I didn't want to have to do all that again. Kind of sad. It's very rare you get a second take on a murder, though. The question is, do I send out napalm right now, or do I wait? We wait. Oh, that's why they can't do this. It's because I need to break into here again. Hey. Grr. Well, anyways, that sucks. Hi, Suited. How are you? Good afternoon. I hope your day's been good. Oh. Irmaluk has been missing for a week. Well, I suppose it is what it is. We need OSHA? I mean, we do not need OSHA. This is a planned, prescribed, legitimate unlifing of an unwanted politician. That's how I'm justifying this. Are we sure they aren't on vacation? Well, they'll be back eventually in that case. If that's all it really is. All right. Well, go steal me some stuff. Political assassination? Yeah, definitely. America's pretty good at that. I kind of just want to deconstruct this and then tell them to throw these. Well, I'll just sell them, actually, is probably what I'll do. It's probably done being made. There it is. I don't believe we read Ermaluck's thingy last time, so we'll have to give that a quick look-see, I think. Download? What? You can save Twitch clips on... Oh yeah, no, you can just download clips on Twitch, which is kind of great. Did I say something that you feel was worth clipping now? Or have you just been working on something for a bit? For those of you who don't know, Suited Giraffe has been making the edits that are better than most of the edits that go up on the YouTube channel. So if you see a short that was uploaded on my YouTube channel that doesn't kind of suck, it was probably actually not edited by me and likely edited by Suited Giraffe. Because editing shorts just kind of makes me angry. So I don't like watching shorts and I don't like making them. So I try and do them as quickly and as efficiently as possible so that I need to think about them as little as possible. Meanwhile, Suited loves it because it's super relaxing. Well, I'm glad I can help you find your happy place. Okay, where's Stintad, this dwarf? We're going after spin cages. The worst kind of cage to be locked in would be a spin cage. You hope to never hear Amazon balls again. Well, you just baited me into that, so you're welcome. Yeah, by the way, I hate to break it to you, but that short did horrible. Enemy siege arrived and immediately left. Like it had a 50% average view time. Like people just turned it off immediately. That's fine. It was funny. I thought it was funny. Oh, of course it went this way. Well, they're about to run into a dragon, so we'll see how that works out for them. Oh, the dragon didn't care all that much. Well, oh shit, you're married? Oh my god, I murdered your wife. Oh my god, I murdered your husband. These are two goblins who I specifically have killed their spouses in the past here. In this exact fort. So, is this my fault that they're stealing my children? I don't think so. Personally. Yeah, personally, I don't think this is my fault. I am guilt-free here. I am, however, going to stab them to death, so... If they somehow make it into the fort, yeah, well... this goblin is immediately getting hit by a Mark's dwarf, actually, which struck the goblin with a shield, which bruised their foot, and then hit them in the eyelid with a shield. And then he says, "I was attacked! How exhilarating!" Well, this goblin's into it, so I guess it's fine. Now bleeding. And having trouble breathing. I've been injured badly. There is no hope. So easily broken. Begone, fear. The goblin falls over and is now getting beaten to death on the ground by, well, two dwarves and a dragon. So I'm sure that went well. Where'd the other one go? Oh, there it is. Bolsa up here is, doesn't feel anything while in conflict, and the stray hunting dragon bends the thief's foot with their wing, and the ankle collapses. I like that the dragons enjoy wrestling. There's something about that that's funny to me. It's like hunting, like dragons, cave dragons specifically. Their main mode of combat is grabbing things with their wings and wrestling them to death. How many bags did you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 bags. What the fuck's this dude doing with 11 bags? Huh. I don't even... Are there even children in this fort? There's 2 children in this fort. The fuck were you gonna do with the other 9? That is silly beyond all reason. Okay, maybe not all reason, but beyond a lot of reason. He's the bag man. Well, it's better than being the government man. I need to listen to more Talking Heads. Saw a photo of a Talking Heads record on Discord recently, and now I'm like, I'm gonna be jamming some Talking Heads this weekend. And then you can do this. You can do that. You can be whatever. And you can be whatever. This down here, you get dug out here. It's for style points. He's there to do sick tricks with his pile of bags. I just want to use my big old spike pit, and like the lack of goblins invading me properly is making that rather difficult. Seriously. See what I mean? They appear and then they leave. So how long has this human been here? Do you suppose? Fortunately, these squads are still stationed, so... Dragon is already doing its job, though. He's got a taste for Goblin. This one just had a singular giant hamster bag. One giant hamster was killed in the making of said bag. Not enough children to abduct. This is true. This is a very childless fort. Why are you in prison? And go fast. Well, at least you're repentant. I don't know what you did wrong, but you do seem repentant, that's for sure. Also, so I don't know if this is a bug or if this is intended, but when people who are not part of your faction are imprisoned, when they get out of prison or are released from prison, they're put into a cage. What if, like, I drop this cage with them? Nah, that would take too long. Maybe next time. So instead, are you connected? Yes, you are. You have a good night's sleep. Fast 10. Snooze good. Also, I'm gonna do this. Oh. Forgotten Beast Anna has come. A towering scaly theropod. It has a knobby shell, and it is ravening beware its webs. Where is it? I'm aware that I'm quick saving. But hopefully it's nowhere bad. Yeah, it's Cave Dragon Snackers instead of Snatchers. It's like a Dunkaroo, but more snacky. Ba-da-dum, bum, bum. Ba-da-da-da-dum, da-da-dum. So we're going to wait until the Bloody Tusks return from that, and then we're going to send them out to go fight that goblin fortress. Maybe, if we're lucky, we'll even get a better take this time. Although, I'm not going to lie, it will be kind of hard to top the, you know, stuff flying everywhere, and then the dwarf that was there to, like, complain at somebody in charge not getting hit and just kind of getting knocked out against the wall and waking up and going, why is there a hole in the floor? It will be hard to top that, but we'll see what we can do. Why are you wearing 2 pairs of pants? This dwarf has 2 pairs of pants on, chat. Why in the world do you have 2 different pants on? I mean, it's nap time, apparently. Let me just double check. We are, in fact, good to go. So, chat. If you would like to see round 2 of me squishing a mare, it's happening right now. There's the statues of the elephants. Let's see if he has any last words. If I can even click on him. Was he already dead? Wow, it's like not even registering an entity as being there. Wow. Does he give a thumbs up? Obviously. Let's see how far the statues make it. Oh, there they are. Still coming. Well, they did. So did he. Well, that's impressive. It's what you get for putting on 2 pairs of pants, Dwarf. and for representing the wrong religion, and having the balls to try and become a person of note after the last mayor mysteriously disappeared. So I think, chat, the next migrant wave we get, we let everybody in from the migrant wave. Everybody. Although I will still give names to those who arrive who are loyal to the faith. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give... His mandate has ended, chat. The first chore's mandate has ended. And the elephant tender, the countess, has been elected mayor. The reason I'm going to do that is because you need 140 dwarves, and you need to be a metropolis, which is 140 dwarves, to have a noble arrive. So a monarch. So if we want the king or queen in the fort, I need 140 dwarves. And it's taken way too fucking long to get them the other ways. Or the way that I've been doing it, which is just waiting until I happen to get enough migrants from the right religion. So we went and explored Spin Cages, which was a place that has books. And we acquired some books. We went to the Barnes & Noble and acquired some books. And now it is the true test of our great militia captain's character. Hold on a second. I like that the elves took over hell virgins. That's just funny. The ultimate test of my militia captain. And then I'm going to do a quick save. And I'm going to go fill up my water bottle. Be right back.
You fucking donkey!
Ah. Okay. So now, did anybody clip that so that we can show Salva the way he died the second? There is something kind of funny. Salva, you died. What? Why? Well, twice, actually. What? Okay. So, now I can go back to working on this fun stuff over here. Oh, I actually screwed this up. Because this needs to be connected to here. Which needs to be connected to here. Which needs to be connected to here. Easy enough. Twitch's app doesn't want you to clip. I've heard really bad things about the new Twitch app or the updated one, and I'll be honest, I've been scared to look. Chad, have you tried the new Twitch app? Is it as bad as I've heard it is? I've heard, like, nothing positive about it. Yeah, the phone app updated. They finally implemented a, air quotes, discovery feed, which means they're pretending to be TikTok. Oh, there we go. Salvador's been missing for a week. I'm going to make the mayor's office into a, currently just a museum. I recommend a Nokia. They still make Nokia dumb phones that are global, that you can use anywhere. You know, there was like a thing going around out of Apple saying, would people be interested in paying, it was like $100 or sorry, like $100 a year or like certain X amount of dollars per month, for AI enhancement features on their phone. I don't know about you guys, chat, but they would have to pay me. It's like, pay us a hefty monthly fee to make, like, Siri not suck. You know, I was thrown off a couple times while writing the little article that I wrote about approaching infinity because he abbreviates it to AI, which is correct, but like, still throws me off whenever I read it. I really need all of this done before I get attacked. For realsies, I mean, because like we've been air quotes attacked, but not properly attacked for quite some time. Okay, so let's go here. Let's go rollers. Is it the basalt mechanisms? Is that the issue? Hold on. I'm gonna grab that crash log.
No, 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 no! No! No!
Oh, well, apparently I stopped getting crash logs in July. So I don't even have crash logs? Wonder why that is. Maybe they're just not working on Linux right now. Huh. I have a possible solution, but it's not really a solution. I could just destroy all basalt mechanisms. So except for the ones that have already been built, I just destroyed all of them. Fortunately, we lost, like, absolutely no progress, really. But that does kind of blow, because now I need to make a bunch more. Because all I have is nice right now, and I need ones that are lava safe, so. Rock mechanisms. I guess I have to go mine a bunch of basalt. It's not bath salt, that would be rock salt. There is a bath salt equivalent in Dwarf Fort, and it's called rock salt. Although, actually, is quartzite lava safe? It is. All right, well, we just use quartzite mechanisms. Make it all pretty and pink. We'll make 50 of them. Good call on that save, Leia. Saved us some time here. Also, wasn't there a Forgotten Beast? Well, I guess not, but suppose that Forgotten Beast isn't a concern. I kind of just forgot about it, to be honest. These don't need to be lava safe, though. And then down here, I could just start constructing this. As soon as I get, you know, the correct type of mechanisms. Exclamation point goal is the command. There we go. Salvador's been missing for a week. It's the third time I've seen that. They are cave dragons, is what they are. So they are dragons. They can't breathe fire. They're not considered mega beasts. They're just wild animals. Apparently they're quite common in the third cavern layer. But because of the way cavern creatures show up right now, all cavern creatures are quite rare. He could have fallen or something. I think it's fine. We've got a new mayor already. You know, our glorious leader Stinthad just decided she would take the extra duties because, you know, it's minimal at best. It's not like it's a lot of extra work for her or anything. Okay, so once this is done, I'll just build a wall right there. Okay, so let's quick save. Because it was like whenever I would try to make a roller on a ramp is what would cause it to crash. Specifically, one of these two ramps. Specifically, one of those two ramps. But yeah, you can steal already tamed animals from goblin pits, and as of a couple of patches ago, goblins can have cave dragons that they can tame as war animals, so you can just go steal them the same way you would steal, like, you know, a bunch of beak dogs from a goblin location. Okay, so far so good. I really wish I had crash logs right now. Like, it is so perfectly repeatable. Can somebody please clip that for me? Because I'm going to go check something. Region 8. The game doesn't like it when you zip save files while the game is running, so hold on a second. I'm just going to see if I can send this directly to Putnam. It won't take too long. Just okay, it's done. All right, I've sent that over to Putnam. Save file and the everything. So I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try deconstructing and reconstructing the ramp first. I think is what I'm gonna do. Cause yikes. The only AI feature I want in my phone is spell check. And like grammar recommendations because it makes me look less dumb. Those are the only like AI adjacent features I want in a phone. Is spell check. That's it. You know Dwarf Fortress is multi-threaded, right? But also, Dwarf Fortress, even when it's like maxed out, never uses more than like 18% of my CPU. Because the only thing that's bigger and more hoggy than Dwarf Fortress is my CPU, so it's okay. We'll be fine. Okay, so let's just try this. I've got a dwarf committing crimes again, tantruming. And I'm gonna just go up to here. And we're going to place another one of these slabs up there. This is really unfortunate. Sorry about these crashes, chat. I mean, it's kind of holding up our progress here, which is a little bit annoying. Is when random people on the internet join together to, what, gaslight the large language model? It's just a dumb piece of software. Why you gotta be so mean to it like that? If everybody simultaneously ignored it, maybe it would go away. Okay, let's try this again. I mean, it's funny to watch. That's about it, though. What Suited said is funny to watch. It makes for good content, I suppose. Albeit maybe a bit counterproductive. Okay, so let's see. Can I make you go up and over now? We'll see. We will have to see. I'm not out of patience yet, but I'm starting to get there. I am getting there. So I'm going to do a quick save again. Let's see what this does. Wish me luck, chat. Can I please get, I don't know, a vile force of darkness? Because this crash is rapidly becoming a vile force of darkness. Whenever I do see clips on YouTube, because Kaiser Nike posted one on the Discord, I'm always like, surprisingly reminded that you can actually make clips on YouTube. It's like a pleasant surprise, though. It's not a bad surprise. It's just like, oh, wow, right, yeah, you can do that. Okay, you place that. Wow. Okay, so that one worked. I'm not going to think I'm too lucky just yet. Okay, so deconstructing and it was the ramps. Deconstructing and reconstructing the ramps made it work. That's kind of whack. Don't quite want to party just yet. But here's hoping. Here's hoping. this shouldn't take too long to make. Or put together, rather. So up top here, I'm going to put a track stop. That's maximum brakes. And another one up here. That's also maximum brakes. Now, these will be how I stop them. I need a way of starting them that isn't getting a dwarf to push it. What if I did this? Basically, flat retracting bridges over top of all of these openings. At least the ones in the middle. And I'll put the mine carts that are going to go into this on top of these. Then I can actually deconstruct these and reconstruct them. I can connect these as lever to a lever. And when I pull a lever, that will, because you can connect track stops to levers. So when I pull the lever, it'll activate the trap stop, stopping them, ideally. And then we'll use the bridges as track stops. So there will just be minecarts sitting there forever, basically. And then suddenly, out of the blue, I will pull a lever, and these will then drop down into lava and then go and do their thing. That's the theory. It seems pretty sound to me. What do you think, chat? Then I can set these to dump. So any lava they still have inside of them will get dumped out. I can go back to here and place, let's say, 2 levers. We'll make them both nice, because they'll be very nice to the enemies. I really hope that this works. I've tried several stupid machines in this fort so far, and none of them have worked. So we'll see if this one works. Speaking of things that didn't work, this didn't. Because I didn't manage to connect that track. I'm gonna quick save because I don't trust this. Would they shoot the lava when they stop on the bridges? They won't stop on the bridges, they'll start on the bridges. Basically, I'm building a super over-engineered cart grinder. I could use bars if I wanted them to shoot the lava, but they might actually be going fast enough to go through them. Might be. Keyword there is might be. Yeah, we're definitely through the weekend. It seems that the Godly Tombs video is dropping pretty steadily, or like plateauing a little bit. It could just be the weekend. It could also be it's plateauing. But regardless, that video's done extremely well. Even if it's plateauing at this point. Okay, so we're waiting for this to get removed. I'm gonna deconstruct it and fix this track, because this track needs to go up to the top here. Watch this crash it now. I hope it doesn't, but kind of scared it will. This is what you get. Get for what? So, up here, do need one additional lever. Okay, I gotta go up to here and say, mechanisms. Yeah, these nice ones. Yeah, they're not so nice. You all permit. You all permit. Link lever. To this. To this. To this. To this. And because the game's paused, it's fine. And then you. To this. And to this. Then, we go up to here and say mechanisms. I will collapse all of these menus until I hit this one, then unforbid all of them, so that this doesn't get canceled. Are you going on vacation or something? It's not something I expected to see in my chat today. Calm down there, Crypto Sam. Butch Cats. Gotta keep the thirst for the wealth up. If I didn't know any better, I'd think that you were the guy who started a crypto currency pyramid scheme in Japan, followed by then making a game that looks shockingly similar to Pokemon, but is actually just Ark Survival Evolved? Yeah, the founder of that game studio made a really big cryptocurrency exchange before he, you know, decided to what? So this dwarf is not the countess of this fort. This dwarf is now the countess of a different location. Also, we successfully attacked and returned from Week Stolen. One of the goblin pits is now where my countess is countess of. So, let's see. The Deceiver of Depressions at Week Stolen. The Iron of Power attacked the Doom of Appearing at the Deceiver of Depressions at Week Stolen. Sideburns Number Tomb, the Bright Buck. That might be one of the funniest nickname, like, full titles I've ever seen. The Bright Buck! It's like, oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, Mr. Bright Buck. The Bright Buck outmatched the Goblin Cuts Mob noiseless ticks with a cunning plan. And the attackers had a strong positional advantage. I assume. I can't actually read it right now because I don't have my glasses on, but that's what I'm presuming it says. Does it not say that? The dwarf, Sideburns, the Bright Buck outmatched the Goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Now we're talking. We struck down a Goblin. We struck down another Goblin. Belly Television got one. We struck down an elf named Odorford. It's like Oxford, but stinky. We attacked a Goblin who was struck down by one of my dwarves. The Goblin Uspu was struck down by Rigoth, and Zespagus was struck down by Sideburns, the Bright Buck, of course. Uspu, another goblin named Uspu was struck down. There's two of them. And the human Paimut was struck down by Arab. All right, well, it's going pretty good so far. I'm waiting for, like, Clash with 2,400 something trolls. Nobody's dead yet. We are the vile force of darkness today, chat room. The Goblin Snmoz was struck down by the Dwarf Tun, a.k.a. Sideburns. Molset, Haim Whip was struck down. It was a human. Another goblin, another goblin, another goblin. Now we're talking. And Tun got another one. Well, we're going to be here for a while, I think. You're waiting on the 2,000 trolls? Yep. Slaying 6, right? Uh-oh. Dwarf Rigoth was struck down by a beak dog. That's embarrassing. Fortunately, they were able to kill a different beak dog. Goblin Cutsmaw was struck down by a dwarf. The Bloody Tusks, led by the dwarf Sideburns. The Bright Buck clashed with 1,011 goblins, slaying 6. 1,011 goblins. Hey, you know, 1 casualty I think is pretty good. Like, that could have gone a lot worse. Like, that could have gone a lot worse. Well, since they were able to successfully attack that, I'm going to send them to go attack the goblin-destroyed dwarven fortress of Portal Den. I did say it would be your last day on the job, but I hate to break it to you there. I lied. Get back out there, you legendary Hammerdorf, and do some thwacking, Mr. High Master Teacher. And of course, legendary Observer and Adept Ambusher. He is a novice tactician. I'm sure he's getting there.
Thanks to it or stupid for my sub gift. Crypt beer.
Thank you very much for the notification of money. The first notification of money in 2 hours. Continuing the quietest month I've had this year for revenue. Appreciate you, mate. Thanks for helping me pay bills. 1 sub at a time. Even if I or stupid gifted it to you. What's up, Tivo? How's things? I'm still about $1,000 below the last worst month of the year, so, you know, is what it is. Thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. Greatly appreciate that, mate. Turns out making YouTube videos that pay well still doesn't cover for when Twitch revenue's down. Why are you sleeping here? It's an odd place to take a nap there, Dwarf. I realize I could be spending time making their bedrooms, but instead I want to build dumb contraptions. What can I say? That's not what I need. This is what I need. So one will go right there. And one will go right there. They're going to have all requirements removed. And all requirements removed. They're not going to load anything. And I'll just do the ones that are full of lava, because, well, they'll get drained out. What's up, Nicole? Tivo gets to pick a dwarf. Tivo, what kind of dwarf do you want? You are having a gift of a dwarf being bestowed on your face right now. I will note that if you want to have a higher likelihood of not dying in the immediate future, you might want to say that you want to be a servant of Yugath or a disciple of Yugath. But beard or no beard, what kind of dwarf would you like, mate? Also, that video about Godly Tombs only needs another 1,000 likes to be my most liked video of all time. Because it has 800 likes. My most liked video of all time has 9,000, just over. So 8,000, or 1,000 more to go. possibly we'll get there. You got your first a golden breastplate. Not bad. Not bad at all. I finally have the new assets for Steam DF News. Tivo Matto, are you still there? May have gone AFK. But check this out, chat. So there's this, new thumbnail, and then this. This is the scaffolding. Just the border on its own, and then the backdrop on its own. Should be pretty cool. Okay, well, we can just take note of that, and I'll just continue playing until Tivo reappears. Unless Nicole would like to just pick one. It's up to you. You're the one doing the gifting. Oh, look at that. We got a bunch of crimes. Well, since you're not a loyalist, I will convict you of every single one but one of your crimes in case I need to convict somebody else of a crime. For my convenience, of course. And then that down there needs a separate lever connected to it.
I did a thing.
Yeah. About that. Thank you very much for the 8th month, Salva. Nothing terrible happened to you. Don't worry about it. Definitely nothing terrible happened to you. Pay it forward since they gifted some subs. No, I get you. I get you. Should we tell him, chat? So you died not once, but twice. And you died twice because the game crashed, so I had to kill you a second time. I'm sorry, I guess? I don't know how else to say that. If the game hadn't crashed, I only would have needed to kill you once. But you might call it a workplace incident. I might call it that, you know, the crazy lady in charge of this gosh darn fort sort of kind of maybe decided that she wanted to be mayor, and you decided to take the position of mayor after I killed the other one. So it had to happen. So we dropped a bunch of elephant statues on your head. Speaking of, I don't trust this, so I'm a quick save. Through the ceiling, even. The first time we killed you, some peasant really wanted to, like, have a meeting with you right as, you know, were... How do I put this? You were, like, sleeping, and this person was standing right next to you, and then the pillar goes through the floor, right past you, knocks the person on their ass so they get stunned, and you get sucked into the hole. So you went down, and the civilian just kind of sat there and then woke up, and you were gone. Oh, there was a hole. It's pretty great comedic timing. Second one wasn't anywhere near as exciting, but... Something that I do think was funny, though, is after you died, instead of, like, vanishing off of the mayor list at the top, it said that you were traveling for a bit first before you popped up as missing, and then the other dwarf took over. So you were traveling, apparently, according to the game. Is there any angry dwarves? I mean, we got 3. I wouldn't say it's many. I'm intentionally neglecting about a third of my fortress, so that's got something to do with it. If I wasn't intentionally neglecting them, they would be less pissed. But instead, they're quite pissed. You know, I was going to put that wall back in, but I think this actually looks better with just no wall. Just a big open space. Holy crap. Somebody is giving away 5 t-shirts from my merch store. For clarity, that is this. Right here. If you type in ! enter right now, you have a chance to win. It's the shirt that I'm wearing. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. So thank you to whoever just did that. Because that's a lot of money. Like, that's... Seriously. They do ship internationally, and shipping is pretty cheap. And you shouldn't have to cover much of it, if any of it. So just type in ! enter. You have a minute or 120 seconds. So thank you to the person who did that. It's got this great little picture of dwarves in a mine. My mom owns 2 of these. Fun fact. She owns the hoodie version as well. If you want to just buy merch from my store, though, ! merch. But thank you so much to whoever did that. That's very kind of you. And hey, YouTube, now would actually be an opportunity if you happen to have a Twitch account to pop over and type an ! enter, because you guys can't. Functionality doesn't even exist there to gift merch. All right, are these minecarts here? There's one there. Somebody placing a minecart. Yes. It's probably very heavy and very warm. Yeah, I saw you pop in from the YouTube chat, and I was like, okay, there you go. Man, I feel bad for this dwarf. No friends and no family, and they can't worship their god. What a rough time. Okay, so let me see if I can skim this. Devilish Potato, Blazing Iceberg, Replay DK, Cable, and Celesty, and I already read that one. And is that everyone? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's 5. If you did enter, it is not case sensitive now. Click on that redeem link to go redeem your shirt. I don't actually know if these are on. Okay, well, at the end they are. Which means I will test the whole on-off structure of this right about now. But seriously, thank you to whoever gifted those. Oh, it was Dr. Phineas who gifted those. Shit, dude, thank you. Also, I can't really tell where they went. Did you just, like, fly this way? It may have actually been the case. Well, what I will do is this. Let's just get all of this hooked up. There's one of the minecarts right there. I guess what I need to do is this. Let's hope no dwarves get hit by minecarts, yeah? They might. They probably won't. This is what I gotta do to power the soul sucker. If you didn't have a shirt before, well, now you own at least one. And thank you, Phineas. I don't know how I missed your name initially. It means a lot, dude. It really does. we're getting those hooked up. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. What are you doing? Running that way? You're still constructing that building. Oh. Can't believe that this ain't done yet. Guess they're just finishing it. This is just in case I want to drain this thing. Okay, that one's almost done. This one's almost done. Okay, pause game. Mechanism. Unforbid this. Link to lever. Sit here and wait. Artifact begins. Get that connected. Cyril was found dead. So Percussagant the second is dead. Ah. Once again, I've been invaded by fire imps. Are there any fire imps actively in the fortress? No, I believe the fire imps are dead. The fire imp, I think, was killed by a dragon? Yeah, he hits it in the lower arm and it flies apart. Also appears that Cow is on fire. Rest in peace, Cow. Thank you, Ace Grizzly. Looks like we've got some fire spreading in this stockpile a little bit. That's not great. Man, seeds burn for a real long time. Do you know that, chat? It's kind of awkward, actually. Seems like the creature got, like, named. So it seems that we lost Lead, Percussagant, and Cow. That's 2 named dwarves in 1. It's 2 rounds of Percussagant. And, Lead, B. B-O. It's a bloody shame. Got another metal artifact going. This dwarf here. I'm just gonna turn off the burrows. That'll hopefully make things easier. Okay, what do you need then? Gems shining. Cut gems. Can do. Hence why you never want them to be killed. Gamer Cow is his Twitch name. Oh my god. Yeah, I really like the feature of, like, being able to give away shirts through my merch store. It's just not something you get in most places on streams like this. Like, how often do you just get to watch a Twitch stream and be like, I walked home with a shirt? It's cool. Although the whole merch thing kind of spooked me briefly because I thought for a minute there that I was going to need to pay more in taxes about 2 weeks ago, and then went and talked to my tax lady, and she goes, nah, just get, and she literally said, give me that, and then she just said, I'm filing a $0 tax return for you. I'm like, okay, cool, thanks. And didn't even charge me for it. Replay DK, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. That's very kind of you. Helping to push this old crotchety channel back up into the 800s for the sub counts. We're getting there slowly. 12 off, I think. You need to stand up? I know the feeling. If you gotta stand up, you gotta stand up. What else do you need? Blocks and bricks. Bars of metal. Gems shining. blocks and bricks. Okay, so it's probably just a cut gem that you need. Okay, well that's getting hooked up. I can now go up to here and go to mechanisms. And just be like, yeah, and these. And then I'll just go up to here and do this. Okay. Now, what I need is to unpause the game. Jump to here. Pull that lever. Then these two minecarts need to go where they're supposed to be. Oh no. We also lost a Maffle, apparently. This one was actually one of our religious folk. That's very unfortunate. But when all that nonsense was happening, we attacked that dwarven captured goblin fortress once again. Our glorious religious assaults continue. The Iron of Power, led by Sideburns, attacked the Deceiver of Depressions. Sideburns led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Kazis Velvet Drum. Velvet Drum, is that what we call it now? And Sideburns' Number Tomb led the attack, and Velvet Drum was outmatched with a cunning plan. The attackers had a strong positional advantage. And the Bloody Tusks, led by the dwarf Sideburns, clashed with 13 dwarves, slaying 9. They then clashed with 527 goblins, slaying 9. They probably did that for a while, I would presume. Well, first off, they killed the guy in charge, plus some other goblin. And then got into a tussle with a goblin and then ran away. Come on, you could have done more damage than that. Please. Your dwarf is dead, Ranger Rick. Your dwarf was the beginning of the end for the other religious leaders. Because then I killed the mayor and then dropped the rock on another dwarf. It's been a good time. But yeah, yours died of dehydration, unfortunately. You finally lost it. Finally lost it. Completely. Dead. And we're gonna go attack Portal Den again.
Bring out your dead!
And we're gonna jump over here. Is anybody placing track vehicles? The Vile Mug of Darkness is the most popular one. I've had a lot of people tell me that Dinner Dwarves is their favorites, though. I did send the Vile Mug of Darkness to Kit Fox's offices, though. Okay. So I'm gonna go open this up. We're gonna do another test run of this sucker. I'm gonna try and follow this invisible minecart. We'll see. Otherwise, I may have to just push these. Or drop them from somewhere else. Maybe from like right there. Oh, there we go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Okay, so now I have this nightmarish invisible death trap. So I should be able to turn on these track stops. So when that lever gets pulled, yep, it should stop them and make the carts appear. Well, one of them did. I am not entirely sure where the other one is. But at the very least, we found one of them. You need some new mugs? They're available in extremely large size, and extremely large size is actually extremely large. Can confirm, assuming you can hear that. Man, today was, like, felt really slow for me until it didn't, and now suddenly I've been streaming for 9 hours. 20 ounces is a very large mug, yes. I can happily confirm that. Just about 2 soda cans. Sure. I was gonna say something, but you know, I'm not gonna start the pop soda debate. It was a primary day, needed to run and vote real quick. Well, welcome back. I have minecarts that go in circles. That's all I got. But hey, voting important, so I'm glad you went and voted real quick. So I have no idea how effective this is going to be. But one of the minecarts is invisible. I might actually just remove one of them. So this is going fast enough, it only really needs one. But what I could also do... Ooh. You know... I could just make a loading bay. Why don't we just make a loading bay, chat? Why don't we just do that? So I can just... Oh my god! You don't see that every day. Etor the animal trainer has created Avenue Gosh Vosded Lorbam, a silver bed, and offers it to the trampled machine. So I have an idea. I'm not going to give this to my countess. But I am going to give this to my countess. I'm going to put it in her tomb. Because that is just too rad. Why are you guys stationed still? Stop being stationed. Go train. There's a criminal on the loose. And glass half empty has to smack her in the forehead, I think. After he goes and cooks lunch. Very good at his job, I can see. I got so caught up in making beans that you completely forget. Please actually invade me this time. Why do they do that? I want that. If that's a bug, I want it fixed. I just want to fight something. Grr. All right, well, that'll take a little bit to get constructed. Although, actually, I don't want them going all the way up here. Do. Throw problematic dwarf in lava while they sleep? What, for the silver bed? No, because it would melt. Artifact does not make things indestructible from lava. Contrary to some people's beliefs. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a track stop here that goes this way, but actually has no brakes. So the idea here is they fly up and over, empty out down into this way, so they won't stay full, and then the dwarves can just come pick them up and restack them right here, and they're going to be sitting right here, or the track minecart is just going to be sitting right there ready to go, basically, is the idea. So I'm going to bring a track, just going to go right here, and down to there. And now you might be thinking, but blind, they're going to get, you know, hit by... They're going to fly off the track. Well, not if I put a drawbridge on it. I do have some reconstruction to do, though. Which is, we'll leave that one. You can get deconstructed, and you can get deconstructed, and I can go down to here, and I can get rid of these. I can also get rid of these routes. Instead, I'll put a new route right there in a minute. Some migrants have arrived, and like I said, we're going to let them all in. I'm just going to rename them if they worship our correct deity. And the non-believers will not be permitted to fellowship of... Okay, this is interesting. Right God, wrong religion. You don't see that very often. What? Where did you come from? This dwarf has left the religion. No, this is definitely one of my military dwarves. I remember this dwarf. I don't recall them getting kidnapped. They might have just been one of those dwarves that defected, but like... Huh. Yeah, this is one of the defectors. Huh. Well, I hate to do this, but like... There's only one thing I can do with you. I mean, I could interrogate them, but I can guarantee you what happened. Is the game bugged out or the dwarf left? I don't have any like open or cold cases that would allow me to interrogate them, so I can't interrogate them. So instead, we'll just simply do the easy option and throw them into Volcano, and later, if I remember, I will check legends. The Absolute Tomb. What the heck is the Absolute Tomb? Wait, is that not a religion? Oh, okay, it's just the name of a location, but thought that was a religion. Well, welcome to the fort. Oh, there you go. You're a servant. Also, if it was somebody impersonating somebody, they wouldn't use the nickname. It's a, yeah, because I misread it. I misread it as a religion. I've been staring for 9 hours. And I'm staring at snow background, which is hard to look at. Cult of Seals. Big fucking migrant wave. It's okay, none of them are getting bedrooms anyway. We'll just go with default here. Seeing a couple people worshiping this Ral character. Which is a new one for me. Playing in the dark for so long? It's a trick of the camera. It's not actually dark in here. Cameras don't like black backdrops. There's quite a bit of light from the rest of my apartment, but I mean, here, I've shown this before, but you can kind of see it, but it's a little more obvious when I do this. Yeah, see? Also, fun fact, some of those panels are literally 10 years old because I bought them from Amazon in the first couple weeks of me streaming because my ex was like, you talking when I'm trying to sleep at 3 o'clock in the afternoon because she would always sleep in, kept her up. So I bought those and made a little barrier. It didn't do much, but it was the thought that counted. Anyway, I'm single now, and now I'm still so, you know, it's fine. It worked out, I guess. I also just noticed that one of the dwarves that died in the last imp attack was one of my Mark's dwarves, which is a bit of a shame. This will be totally fine. No dwarves are gonna die when... I should probably leave one of those track stops there, actually. Actually, they'll probably just fly straight through here. So yeah, it'll be okay. This will empty you out, probably. Yep, that worked. Incoming second minecart. Oh, I paused the game. I was like, why are you floating? Let's get rid of that. Okay, so I'm going to make 2. Okay, so what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to extend this out by 1 to right there. I'm going to put a drawbridge right here. Nah, we're just going to put the drawbridge down here. This will be a fun little cart grinder, if nothing else. And then what I'm going to do is go up to here. And there. And just have another little mechanism connector right there. And the way we can start this is I will simply kick multiple minecarts down there. So I can just add more. I really hope that this finally works. Like I said yesterday, or earlier today even, I've built way too many silly machines in this fortress, and I just want one of them to work so fucking bad. Like, it's hard to explain, but man, I've made so many of these now. So many. It'd be really nice if one of these machines would just work. So let's see how many minecarts I can stack in here, hey? What do you think, chat? Here's hoping that all of those are close enough that they just build really quickly. And let's just go back up to here. Make a lever. It's you. And you should be enough. Because I literally just need one to raise and lower this. That's about it. And then down here, I need this to go right here. I think it was pointing the right way. And then also, one up here. A really stupid shitpost idea. You know, your shitposts are not really what I would describe as shitposts in the slightest, but... Okay, so these are all disabled right now, so I can do this. Okay. So you are going to be connected by this. So it's a nether cap log. I'm going to put an additional roller right there. And then I'm just going to put a door right here. Now what I'm going to do is add a rope. Make a stop. Wait for this to get connected to a lever. Go over to this completely untouched lever. Cry because all of the nearest mechanisms are nice. Mechanism. Would you stop forcing me to use nice mechanisms for everything? Like, it's really starting to get on my nerves. Okay, there we go. Let's go down to here. Select you. And then I'm going to go back up to here and then type in mechanisms and then go to the nice ones and then remove them from being forbidden. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to right here and I'm going to make... Actually, I don't know if this will be fast enough. The giant Listig has come. A gigantic creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in size. Well, that sucks. Hold on. Also, where's that dwarf who I told to go to the die spot? Not, in fact, in the die spot. So where is this giant? Whoa, 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 whoa. A dwarf skull totem. I must have it for my collections. I must. It's perfect. It's the absolute keys. Has no family. He's an enemy of the dangerous bear. Well, it's a good name. It's a male giant. So, I mean, they're like man boobs. More like moobas. Wait. Mabsith. He back there. Meanwhile, Belly Television here, struck at it with an iron shield, bruising the fat. Do you not have a weapon? Where's your hammers? Dwarves? Excuse me? Oh. Well, that's silly of me. All right, well, anyway, they're beating it to death with hammers pretty ineffectively. But hey, I'm sure they'll do okay. Belly over here is stunned, and it appears that Stackhood is also completely ignored. Can we, like, turn the fuck around here, dwarves? Like, we have a job to do, and that's not let this dwarf die, who's currently heroically fighting this thing by knocking it backward repeatedly and doing a lot of dodging. She's now overexerted, and the giant just fell down. So Belly Television is now in pieces. That's his left hand. That's her left hand. She was beaten to death by getting kicked in the right foot so hard that she died. The giant is trying to beat things to death with the totem. I'll have you know. So the Absolute Keys is now running towards the fort. You're summoned away. Alrighty, Elfie. The dwarves are then running in the opposite direction again. Very good. Very good. Where to whomst are you heading now, dwarfs? Alright, well, we got another dwarf here, finally. We got Mebzuth, who's also a wrestler, who's also dead now. What? How are you guys dying to a dwarf totem? More importantly, how did all of you simultaneously lose your hammers? Here comes some random marksman I have who's in my Marksdwarf squad. I doubt that you have any bolts in your inventory, but if you do, you start shooting at this thing. And guys, can we kill this thing, please? Well, he's dead now. But it appears that Sideburns has finally decided to show up and smacks it in the right hand with his lead warhammer. Yeah, his lead warhammer. He smacks it, and which bends the wrist, and then says, "This is a fight. I must press on." Really now. Anyway, the creature is now. I thought that was him for a second, and then the other dwarves appear to be gathering around and are now beginning to fight alongside of the great dwarf Sideburns, defending. Maybe he did this intentionally so that we'd lose more of the heretics. And the only thing he's really doing is saying, "I was attacked! You will know my ferocity! Etur Leafy Bronze is dead, and I am not feeling sad right now." After bashing it in the leg, fracturing its bone. The giant is bleeding, overexerted, and has dropped the glorious totem on the ground. And just like that, as quickly as it arrived, the creature is dead. And this totem is going into our great countess's collection, I think. Disco Waffles, thanks for the 14th month, dude. Welcome back. And apparently I need to tell them to go equip weapons. That's kind of wild. Except you should keep the warhammer. Confirm. Wild that. He was the only one with the named item, yes. But they were all set to a generic uniform, whereas the rest of them weren't. So that should have been fine, but I suppose wasn't. Fortunately, I've got tombs already set up, so that's nice. But yeah, I know why he had a named weapon. So, chat room, you have this thing that you're supposed to do when a new subscription comes in. And what is that? I can't, that's okay, I forgot, whatever. So, Melly Television, rest in peace, miss. Mebzuth. Why are you spamming beers? I don't know. Mebzuth. I don't know, sometimes chat just wants to spam for no reason, I suppose. And Etur. Etur. All right, so those should get done. Alrighty, chat room. Elfie was pretty on point with something. I'll tell you that. And she was on point about the fact that she's probably not going to be back before the stream ends. Because I'm tired, and I do have to get to my garden today. I think what this is going to end up looking like is this minecart is going to start up here, stacked behind 2 other minecarts. And then I'll pull this lever. The problem is, I'm going to have to pull it a second time, basically. So what I might end up actually doing is making a little minecart switch in here that just does 1 lap or something. That goes, voomp, and opens this and then closes it. Just to start this up. Which would be kind of over-engineered, but I think would be fun and make for good content. So I might do that. Yeah. How have I been? I'm all right. Amateur player. A little bit tired. It's been a long day because I haven't been drinking coffee. I have had almost no caffeine in quite some time. But yeah. So that's the current Rube Goldberg machine. There's a cart grinder, spike pit, and all of this. And I swear, If I can't get the goblins to attack me, I will just literally attack everything and then crank the difficulty up to hard on the fights. But chat rooms, we've been streaming for 9.5 hours. And I'm tired. We will finish that over-engineered mechanism tomorrow, but please don't run off because we're going to go raid somebody, yeah? Does that sound good? You guys want to go raid somebody? Hey, chat, thanks for all the support today. Thanks for gifting all those t-shirts. Phineas, if you're still lurking. And I will take note that I owe somebody a dwarf. Because I do. I owe Tivo Mado a dwarf. So I will reach out to them.